Pleasure.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The mayor has called the meeting to order. Mayor Roscoe.
Present.
Councilmember Bracken.
Here.
Councilmember Kaplan.
Here.
Councilmember London.
Here.
Vice Mayor Sardinius.
Here.
Councilmember Stoner.
Here.
Councilmember Vasquez.
Present.
Mr. Mayor, we do have a quorum. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
With us this evening for an invocation is Rabbi Avramo Caroline with Chabad of Key Biscayne.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, esteemed members of our council. Before we begin tonight's meeting, we pause for a moment of prayer and reflection. First and foremost, on our shared hope for a good community. And goodness in the community begins with good leadership. Leaders go first, setting the tone and striving to be a source of goodness and kindness for the community. And when they do, it creates a ripple effect that spreads outward. There's a teaching in the Talmud, in the ethics of our fathers. Mitzvah goreret mitzvah. One good deed, one mitzvah, one good deed brings along another good deed. The word goreret literally translates to pulls. One good deed schleps along, it pulls another good deed, which then cascades forward. A single act of goodness and kindness creates momentum. It sets something in motion, leading to more goodness and then even more. Like a flame, one candle can light another without losing any of its own glow. All you're left with is a room that became brighter. So is it with our actions. When one person chooses the good path, acting with integrity, speaking with kindness, and extending trust, it inspires others to do the same. And perhaps most importantly, it plants a seed for the next generation to follow in this way. Because as a community, we affect one another. We either lift each other up or we pull each other down. With this in mind, please join me in prayer to the Almighty God. May our council be blessed with the wisdom to make choices, good choices, that uplift, inspire, and build trust. May our leaders have the humility to listen, the courage to act, and the generosity to seek the good in others. May our community be blessed to grow stronger with each act of kindness, each moment of respect, and each ripple of goodness that begins here and spreads outward. And may the light of our good deeds multiply until our village shines brightly with harmony, unity, and peace. And let us say amen.
Amen. Amen.
The next item, Mr. Mayor, is brief comments by council.
One question for the police for later. The traffic light at 26 turning back onto the causeway, the left-hand turn coming off of Brickell, the light lasts green maybe a second or two. I'd like to see if we can't look into why that is and fix it.
Okay. I think we'll go to public comments. Ann Tainter.
Always age before beauty, thank you. Ann Tainer, 170 Ocean Lane Drive. I'm against e-bikes, but that's not why I'm here. I'm here about the budget. I feel like I'm on a runaway train. We keep adding more projects. They keep getting more expensive. None of them are getting done. We have a flooding problem, mainly because there are variances and 3-story concrete houses. I didn't know what we're going to do, but I really am for a special election. I know they're very expensive, but I think the residents have a right to vote on these and see where their money's going and how they want to spend it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Lenny Weber. Who's on first here?
I want her to go first.
She's back.
But I'll go first. So I'm against the e-bikes, obviously. And
Your
I
name
like
and
the proposal.
address.
Oh, my name, Lenny Weber, Maria, if you want to be technical.
Address.
101 Ocean Lane Drive.
Thank you.
I'm okay with the 18 and over on the e-bikes, only on Crandon Boulevard. I don't see it's for it to be necessary in our village or little town where our streets are. I think you can pedal your bike or your e-bike in that area or walk it. The 18 and over, you know, it's very hard to police that. I think our officers have a lot on their hands anyway. That's really hard to even police the golf carts with young kids driving them. So I would really, I'm gonna meet in the middle, keep them on Crandon. Don't bring them into our beautiful little village. It's not necessary. It's been quiet and beautiful, and I want to keep it that way. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Tague.
Hi, good evening. Mary Tague, 610 North Masha Drive, also here on the e-bike endeavor. First, good evening, Mayor, Village Manager, and council members. Thank you for all you do to keep our community safe, by the way. I would, but on the e-bike effort, I would like to thank Vicki Lopez for all her efforts in this endeavor and her awareness. If I understand it correctly, there is a vote pending that will allow 18-plus-year-olds to drive e-bikes and scooters in our neighborhoods. I know I don't have to remind you that my dear friend Megan Andrews was killed by an e-bike in our neighborhoods. My feeling is that if this is allowed, if the under 18-year-olds are allowed, if under 18-year-olds will still violate the laws as they do on golf carts, etc. This is also going to be nearly impossible and difficult for our police to enforce. Our streets should be safe for families, children, and cyclists, not designed around high-speed machines that could be described as weapons. To tell you the truth, when e-bikes and scooters were allowed on the key, I very rarely saw anyone over 18 on an e-machine. I would ask that you would take decisive action and totally ban e-machines on our island, with the exception of Crandon, dictated by the county. Let's make sure that no other family has to endure the heartbreak that we had with Megan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jane Torres.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. Jane Torres, 600 Grape Tree, Key Biscayne. And thank you for allowing me to speak against allowing e-bikes and e-scooters in our village. And it's a little bit of a dilemma because I understand that you are thinking of giving 18-year-olds with licenses the ability to drive e-bikes and scooters in our village. But my question would be, are you going to allow them on sidewalks? I assume not. Are you going to allow them in the bike lanes? I hope not, where other cyclists go. That means the only thing left is in the middle of the street where the cars are, the golf carts are, and I can envision some bad accidents as impatient car drivers try to get around them, and I don't have to keep going. So I think it's problematic to allow it at all, and I would be in favor of keeping the ban that we've had for the past year and a half and honoring Megan's memory, at least that way. Thank you.
Thank you. Onofre Torres.
Onofre Torres, 600 Grape Tree Drive. I guess I've been really happy with the way things have been since the ban. But I understand that you must be considering this because other people have rights too. The fact that I don't own a motorized bicycle or scooter doesn't mean that other people shouldn't be able to do it. So the only thing I can say is I've been really happy with this. If you guys decide to allow these vehicles to operate on the island, they should be kept off the sidewalks. They should be kept off of the bike lanes because they go faster than the bicycles, and they should be in the streets. Thank you.
Thank you. Terry Gillen.
Mayor, Council, thank you. Terry Gillen, 607 Ocean Drive. As a walker, I have certainly felt a lot safer since the ban. And I know I'm not alone in that regard. It's been very refreshing to see kids on regular bicycles now or actually walking and not using e-bikes. As an owner of an electric vehicle, I know how quickly they can accelerate, and we've seen that with the e-bikes. So I am all in favor of just keeping the ban, scooters and e-bikes. And University of Miami, maybe you've seen this recently, have banned e-bikes and e-scooters on their campus. And I think they certainly know about 18-year-olds. So I would encourage you to vote no. Thank you.
Lisa Conway.
Louisa Conway, 151 Crandon Boulevard. Good evening, Council. I'm here to talk about the recent decision on Oscar Olea. As you are aware, we met in the past with Mayor Rasco and Manager Williamson on the issue and the concern of some of us, grandmothers and mothers, regarding the situation and the fact that this was definitely a dark time in our history as an island. And to Rabbi Caroline's words, I hope that tonight, and you will all give some thought to this. And think about it. Think about these young ladies. They're women now. And some of them have already stated they do not want the deal, that he go away for 12 years. They said it's a lifetime of trauma. And it's something that I hope that each of you will really think about, because they haven't been here. No one has spoken up for them on this council. No one in this village, I think, has really thought about the great impact on these young ladies, but especially on our girls today that are taking classes at the Village Green and here in the community center. So I'm hoping that tonight you all will start to hold people accountable for their decisions. And there is someone to be held accountable, and you all know who that is, and it's Todd. And he's here. And I understand that he made a decision that you, not you, but the councils previously gave him the unilateral decision. Remember that his staffer, Anna, she asked American Gymsters to fire Oscar, and he reinstated him for over a decade. He enabled him to have access to these girls. And I'm standing here because my kids, my daughters took classes at that community center. So many of us trust and place our trust in that community center. It is the center of this island. Of all our activities, it embodies our spirit as a community of closeness and safety, which is why we bring our kids here. So I'm asking all of you, you are aware tonight, please don't be complicit in this crime. And please don't make our community complicit, because none of us agree with what happened. So we're asking, or I'm asking, that you please think about it. Don't take the attitude that we were told when we met with you, that council has no say on the staff. You direct the manager. You have a say. So please, I'm asking you tonight, and the words of, in spirit of Rabbi Caroline, lift us up. lift our community up and take us out of that dark time, because we are a great community and we deserve the light again. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Thomas Weber.
Good evening, Thomas Weber, 101 Ocean Lane Drive, apartment 202. I agree with what my wife said. I had to say it, it was too funny. I'm sorry.
You're a smart man.
It's true, though. I do agree exactly what she says about keeping them on Crandon and keeping it out of the village. I think that, look, I'm a part of what's happened, right? But you're opening up a can of worms by doing that. You're like putting the village in, you're opening yourself up to what everything like going on and putting those e-bikes back in there. And yes, it's 18. Yes, but cut it out. And to me, I think that all of the above things that are being said, why open yourself up to any sort of liability on that sort of thing as well too. So I do agree with my wife. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time, everyone.
Next speaker, Alexandra Andrews.
Hello, my name is Alexandra Andrews, 110 Buttedwood Drive. My mother was Megan Andrews. I'm here to speak in honor of her. So in theory, the idea, the proposal to allow e-bikes in the capacity that you're thinking about sounds okay. 18 and older, only on the streets, okay, I get it. In application, it's a different story. Think about the hundreds and hundreds of parents on this island that allowed their kids, without a blink, to drive on all sorts of speeds of e-bikes. So I'm sure my mother's passing was a teachable moment to many parents on this island. Realistically speaking, I'm sure there are many parents that would still allow their kids to jump back on e-bikes. So if you're going to allow this, how will you regulate it? There needs to be a very strong police presence consistently monitoring this so that what happened before doesn't happen again. It's also not necessary, guys. We're on such a small island. I grew up here without any bike, had the best childhood. So please be a community that sets children up for success and honor my mother's legacy. Thank you.
Thank you. Marcelo Radice.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Marcelo Radice at 70 Bay Heights Drive, Executive Director of Key Biscayne Soccer.
Could you speak up, please, because I can't hear you?
I'll
Could you
speak
speak
up.
into the microphone?
Okay.
Thank you so much.
So I'm here again tonight because there were some recent comments made in an article in the Islander News that, again, we just wanted to set the record straight with all of you. There was an opinion piece that misrepresented Key Biscayne Soccer, and I think, it's time that we need to punch back every time we get punched. So it's important that at least we come to you with the facts, and so that people will stop misleading this community. There are harmful claims that are made here that hurt everybody that works hard here. But I also sent, and we sent an email to all of you. Hopefully you'll have a chance to read it because it's a very detailed response to this letter. But today I just wanted to talk on two topics because for the sake of time. We, myself, Sophia Sol, Pat Woodson, we all represent. We grew up in this community. We raised our kids in this community. We have finance administrator who grew up here for 25 years. We have a director of coaching who grew up here for lived on and off this island for 20 years. And we have 5 coaches who live out here that are residents of this island who are also coaches of this program. So when we get accused of not being representative of this community, I think it's false. And I think, for the record, you should all know that. We like this community. We love this community. I've been here for working in this community now for 30, 35 years. So just wanted to set that record straight, and I hope that stops. The second issue is, we're called the monopoly, we're called the mafia in terms of how we operate our club. we've gone through 5 open, transparent RFPs over the last 15 years. And we present our proposal just like anybody else, and we win it fair and square. We've won it fair and square for the last 5 RFPs. So we're sensitive to this particular community, and we've built our success on accountability and I hope, and transparency. Our budget is a zero-based budget. We present it to the VAB. They approve the pricing. They approve every initiative we make. We don't do anything without authorization from this particular community. So I hope that record is also very clear. Everything is done with the final approval from the VAB. We meet regularly with 30 members of our parent committee. They give us feedback every 2 to 3 months. We present strategies. We present proposals, ideas, policies, and they give us feedback, and then we reshape and we redesign our program accordingly. So that's how we get feedback from the community through our team managers and through the community and through surveys. Finally,
wrap it
I'd
up.
like to say, I just hope that you all take our invitation, and at some point, if you want to ask questions about this program, come to us. We're open. We will tell you what we know and how we operate, rather than hearing it from other third-party sources and mouthpieces that are out there that have another special interest. And hopefully we can answer your questions, and we look forward to meeting you. Thank you.
Thank you. Alexander Del Cueto.
Hello, my name is Alexander Cueto, 300 Galen Drive, apartment 405. Good evening, Mayor Rasco, council members, and manager. I am here today to thank you for creating the Disability Advisory Board, and I'm very pleased for the decisions you made. I've attended a few of the meetings so far, and I'm very pleased of happy everything that's been going on lately. And I like how I can express myself and many of the obstacles I have faced, not only in my daily life, but also throughout our village. I just really ask for you to open your hearts and to listen to the board that you guys have created, because disability is village-wide, and it's not for something just to be kept at the community center. We really need a trained professional that is at the village government level and not only to be used at the rec center. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Luis de la Cruz.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Luis de la Cruz, 640 Allendale Road. I'm here just to talk to you about a couple of things. Number one, 100% super in favor of 10E, which is selecting GIT Consulting as the pursuant to the RFQ. Absolutely essential that we do this tonight. I think Mike will fill you in on anything else, but the gentleman from GIT is actually the guy who designed our 2015 EAC stormwater master plan. So I think we should give him a shot at updating the master plan that he already designed and see what we get from it. The same token, Mike, with all due respect, I don't see the need to spend more money on ACOM, 10F, another $38,376, which looks like peanuts compared to the $6 million or whatever it is that we've already spent on them. But why spend any more money? I mean, it just doesn't make any sense to me. Let's wait. Let's work with GIT. Let's see what they come back with, and then if we need to go back to ACOM, we go back to ACOM. But in the meantime, why spend any more money on ACOM? With respect to, I want to tell you that I think that the that Commissioner Raquel Regalado has been by far the best commissioner, representative of ours on the Miami-Dade Council, Commission. By far. I mean, when I was here on your side, I had to deal with Miami-Dade County. It was extremely frustrating, And she has every single time come through for us and everything. On the other side, Gene Stearns, if this was the NFL, Gene Stearns would be the MVP. Okay, he's just the number one person that I believe has given more of his time, effort, and life for the village of Key Biscayne than anybody else. I really respect him. I look up to him. I've worked with him in the past. But even he, I think, has to come back and say, if we're giving $950,000 to somebody, there's got to be some strings attached. It can't just be, here's a check for $950, do whatever you want. I've tried to figure out what the $950 is for. I've asked a lot of people, and I've looked as much as I can. Maybe I've missed it. It could be, but I don't see anywhere where it says, "Oh, we're going to use the $950,000 to do this." I'm not saying that we shouldn't help the process, because that's a beautiful project that she has designed. I happen to think it's going to be a very, very difficult thing to carry out, but still, I mean, if you all think that we should do it, then I'm all for it. But you've got to put some strings attached to the $950,000. It's not, it's forever process to try to get an RFQ to hire a consultant to do some really, important stuff for the village of Key Biscayne. And we, with a stroke of a pen, can give somebody $950,000. I mean, that just can't be. Hopefully, you guys will put some strings on that. And I'm 150% in favor of Ed London's stuff at the end of the, hopefully you'll get to all of these. Thank you.
Thank you. Matthew Goltenoff.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Matthew Goltanoff, and I live at 125 Jefferson Avenue in Miami Beach. I'm a Miami Beach resident, as I'm a parent, and I'm also a candidate for elected office. I've served on various local boards, and currently I'm the vice chairperson of the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee. Now, you're all probably wondering, why am I here tonight? All right. And I understand.
You're really bored at home?
I'm sorry?
You're really bored at home?
Well, I will tell you this, that
Miami Beach is not that exciting.
I drove my car here, or rather I borrowed my wife's car because I don't usually drive. I don't own a car. I ride an e-bicycle all around town and throughout the region. And I'm here tonight on this issue. I understand that it's a very localized issue and that there was a very tragic crash here last year. And I've been following this as it went through Tallahassee, and I've also followed the news recently. In fact, I even woke up this morning, and we all know there was another crash, another fatal crash in the region with someone riding a micromobility device. So I'm here today asking about what proposed for tonight, would it have prevented what happened last week, or last year rather, or even last week? The region has a problem with minors riding devices that are billed as e-bikes, but they're not really e-bikes. These are basically motorcycles that are powered by electric instead of gasoline. And the elephant in the room is parental responsibility. Are the parents being held responsible? Are the parents the ones that are purchasing these high-powered devices for their children that go much faster than most e-bikes? Will a restrictive Class 1 only and a photo ID requirement, will that have prevented what is going on today? Or will it merely set a precedent that will be used throughout the state to enact a patchwork of regulations that will make it more difficult for our working class, for people to get around? Many believe that micromobility riders and e-bike riders in this region are being unfairly demonized. The reality is that transportation is difficult. It's difficult for people who are working. It's difficult for people who ride public transit. It's difficult for drivers. There's a lot of traffic. There is congestion. Owning a vehicle is very expensive, and our public system is not very reliable. So what I want to end with is bans will not solve the problem. Bans will not keep people from trying to get around and doing what they need to get to and from where they're going. And I just ask that you keep in mind that there are many people that are watching what is going on here tonight. And things like a photo ID requirement or ultra restrictive rules on Class 1 and whatnot will be used in other areas in the state. So again, I understand everything. Thank you so much for allowing me to come tonight, and I look forward to a spirited discussion.
Thank you. Steve Simon?
What are we buying tonight? What are we buying?
Steve Simon, 335 Harbor Lane. I'm here to speak about two agenda items, the second of which will be about e-bikes. First, agenda item resolution 10A, stormwater utility fee. Chapter 29 of our municipal code sure reads to me that land acquisition is implicit in the purpose of our stormwater utility fees. Quote, sufficient to plan, construct, operate, and maintain the stormwater management system. How can you do those things here on Key Biscayne without land? The entire proposed Zone 1 project is centered around and dependent upon a particular piece of land. Why haven't we used stormwater fees for land acquisition? Would any of you actually say that the language of our municipal code isn't explicit enough about using some of the village stormwater fees collected for land acquisition? If so, perhaps you'll accept the following as some guidance. The village manager's memorandum for this agenda item states that the purpose of modifying the maximum stormwater rate is to tap into the Clean Water State Revolving Fund, abbreviated as CWSRF, Zone 1. That got me to do a little bit of a big dig, and I found from the still existing EPA website a paper entitled Overview of Clean Water State Revolving Fund Eligibilities. In that federal document, on the very page where stormwater is listed as an eligible project, quote, the acquisition of land is eligible as part of an otherwise eligible project. You are tonight telling us that you are seeking a $60 million loan from that fund. After all of this time, how unfortunate that the knowledge of the existence of this explicitly stated and potential source of funding for stormwater land acquisition had to be discovered. What a shame when I think about the specific parcels that we might have been able to acquire that might have been at least partially eligible for purchase with CWSRF funds. Naturally, I would expect that the use of those CWSRF funds, whether for a construction loan as mentioned in the agenda package or for land acquisition, would come with basic restrictions. Will compliance with the rules about using that $60 million in restricted funds be an issue for our own local government? Since the answer is most certainly going to be, of course not, and I accept that, then I ask you, why not apply the same level of compliance requirement to the restricted funds that were used to purchase Harbor Drive Park? As a reminder, those restricted land acquisition trust fund dollars could and still can only be used for public recreation and open space purposes. I encourage you tonight to broaden this stormwater fee rate discussion. Next, agenda item ordinance 9C, e-bikes or micro-mobility devices. I am not in favor of loosening the restrictions. If you feel compelled, though, perhaps by state law or some other reason, that you must move this piece of legislation forward, then I would make the following edits. Where the proposed ordinance defines designated streets, plural, drop the S after street. I would limit it to the single block just outside this room that is bordered by the fire rescue department on one side, the police department on the other, and only that stretch that's between Enid and McIntyre. That's it. As for the minimum age, rather than 18, 65 feels about right.
Thanks, Steve.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Charles Collins.
Charles Collins, 1121 Crandon Boulevard. There's so much to say, but where else could you come to a meeting, have an issue with a county commissioner, and they sit down next to you? So that's been resolved. I understand that she is going to make a presentation, so I will leave it to her. But the one question I was approached by the Miami Herald is, who's going to write the check and what name's going to be on the check? Thank you.
Thank you. Ceci Sanchez.
Cecile Sanchez, 260 Cypress Drive. Good evening. Many moons ago, I wrote a letter in the Islander, and Rotary Club took an interest, and they provided a handicap chair so that handicapped people could go into the beach, to the beach. Now, we had that. It was Armando's time. He did the walkway all the way to the border. Then the soft sand had that stiff carpet so that the wheelchair could go. What happened to that chair? The village somehow lost the chair. So if they need a chair, I think the village needs to pay up and buy a chair for the handicapped people as soon as possible. They're waiting. And I think they deserve it. If we can go to the beach, they have a right to go to the beach. Then, on another happy note, especially if you are a plant lover, I went to Fairchild last night for a meeting, and there was a conference on orchids. Why haven't we joined the $1 Million Orchid Program? They're looking for parks, they're looking for street trees to put orchids on trees. They're especially looking for parks. Now, Hialeah has joined, the schools have joined, Coral Gables, you name it, Miami Beach. So if I send this card to the manager and to the mayor, maybe if you want council members, please make Key Biscayne join and get the people. We can all learn and we can help get this done. And it's normally native orchids that they're putting on the trees. Please, no to e-bikes. We're happy. We feel safe in our key. Leave it that way, please. Please. Of course, Ed London and Bracken, thank you for what you're trying to do. Can we please be budget-wise? Stop this spending if we don't need it. Can we fix what is already here that needs fixing? Please, instead of inventing other things, can we fix what we have, especially the landscaping if you can? And also, can we get FPL here ASAP? and get them to come and tell us the truth. What happens if we underground? What happens? Because I would like to have electricity as soon as possible. I don't care if it's through the ground here or through the pole, but I want my AC. Otherwise, my husband is going to have a fit. Please, I think I've said enough. Thank you.
Brett Moss.
Good evening, Brett Moss, 152 West Master Drive, Key Biscayne. Here for a couple items. One, I support Councilmember London in two of your motions that you have on the agenda tonight. One of them being putting out to bid the underground utilities and electricity. And the second one is putting a hold on the stormwater until the ad hoc committee comes back with their report and recommendations. The last item I'm here to speak about is about the e-bikes. When I saw this on the agenda, I was shocked, and I thought it was very odd that this is on the agenda. It shows, to me, complete disconnect of the people of Key Biscayne to have this already in a first reading and an ordinance. It's pure policy. I don't understand why this is coming from any administration person, whether it's our manager or our chiefs. This is pure policy. This is something you guys decide, and you tell them that this is what we want. They don't come and tell you this is what we want you to vote on. I can't remember another vote that this council has taken that was a bigger positive impact than banning the e-bikes in this entire community. Many kids, including my own, stopped biking during the e-bikes. They stopped biking. Many older people and even people with kids and strollers stopped walking to the stores and they started driving. Now they're all doing it. My kid, we have bought him a new bike and they're loving it. I've heard things that this will help traffic and parking. It's not, because people decided not to use the sidewalks and they started driving more. It's untrue. And it takes you, a person from Miami Beach, to come here and tell you guys this is what we need. But this is not what Key Biscayne needs. Please don't open a can of worms and go back through this again and start talking about whether you need license or age. It is just unnecessary to do. And I'll be surprised if anybody supports this up here, because I do think that you guys understand what the people want. Thank you very much.
Patricia Romano.
Good evening, everybody. Nice to see you all. I'm sure you missed me. 361 Beechwood Drive, Patricia Romano. It's quite an agenda here, so. First, I like to address the pest control and the iguana issue. I hope you go for it and let us know, maybe we all can learn and start trapping iguanas around here, because they're taking over. So that would be very much appreciated. The electrical bikes, a torn issue. I know there are people who said that they need it to go to work, but you know what? Exercise. You don't have to go to the gym. Use a regular bike. And then that way I'm sure you get in better shape and probably you won't kill anybody. Thank you, Mr. London, for all the things that you put in motion here. And I hope that they will all be done properly and that we can save some money. And referring to the issue that Ceci talked about it, the wheelchair that the Rotary Club of Key Biscayne donated to the village, I inaugurated that wheelchair. I went into the water in the wheelchair. So Todd, you better get that wheelchair back, because I know you lost it. Thank you.
Okay. It's the end of public comments. I'd like to do the recognition of the rowers that are here so that we can do that real quick. let's go down. We're here because these fine young men here participated in the U.S. Rowing Southeast Youth Championship, which included over 1,500 athletes, 529 boats from 55 different clubs. And it's great that we have the quad of Gabriel Mendoza. We also have the quad of Arthur Frank Leal and Stefano Fontinio. And the rest of the rowing club did a fabulous job. These were teams from California, Texas, Massachusetts. This was a whole crew year that they have been under, that they were through. And they were fantastic in finishing at a national level at this high level. So a hand for one of you want to say something for the group?
Where should I speak?
You're speaking.
Yeah, I think it was a really long and hard season, and I think all of us, and not just the teammates here, but the teammates back at the rowing club right now, I think everyone put a lot of effort into that season, and it paid off really well. And I just want to say thank you to everyone who's ever supported us and helping Miami Rowing Club be a thing, because it MRC, it pays off.
On behalf of Key Biscayne, we want to thank you, and again, kudos to all your successes. Thank you.
The next item is a presentation by the Disability Advisory Board.
Oh, we're not there yet.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Thank you very much for the privilege of being able to come up and speak to you about our program. My name is Annie Thompson. I live at 300 Ridgewood Road. Last fall, 2024, the village, yourselves, came up with the need to create an advisory board, the Unique Ability Advisory Board, which we like to call Disability Advisory Board. And hence our board was born. And we have been meeting every month and now weekly, actually, and we've been working very, very hard. We've had visits from the police department wanting to express interest in what they're doing, the fire department. We've had the what's the name of the group at the state club, the state park? The state park. Friends of Cape Florida have come to speak to us. We've had people Zoom in from Boston. We've had individuals with handicaps come present their cases and their concerns to our meeting. And I'm referring to a young lady who is 14 years old and lives in a wheelchair, as well as elder folks who have other types of disabilities. So we are here at your request to represent what is Key Biscayne doing to maximize the quality of life for any individual of any age with disabilities. And what we have found is quite exciting. And I'll start with what I want you, I'm just going to get right to the point. The point is, we are going to ask you to reallocate existing funds. Went to the budget meeting and we are aware of this. So we're going to ask you to please reallocate existing funds in helping us bring on a position, the director, Village Key Biscayne director of the programs, disability programs. We can name it whatever you want to name it later. The point is, we have amazing ideas. This village has grown with so many more people that live here, so many more issues, and we are not efficiently taking care of those with disabilities who have special needs. And we are just going to ask you this. I'm just getting right to the nutshell. I've been living on Key Biscayne for 55 years. Yes, look at me, 55. I was a child. And I've been working as a speech pathologist for 35 years. And when you work as a speech pathologist for 35 years, you meet the cute little ones, the cute little autistic kids who are now adults, who are now wanting to be able to work somewhere. You also live with aging parents. My parents are in their 90s. I'm very blessed. They're still with me. But issues come with people who are older. And what are we doing as a community to address everyone's concerns? So with that, I'm going to introduce Elise. Elise is going to go over a little bit more of a justification.
Yeah, can we
Yes,
do it quickly?
Yes.
We have a big agenda.
I don't. Go ahead. Thank you.
Come on.
7 minutes. 7 minutes, I timed it. Oh, beautiful. Okay, thank you. Okay. Can you hear me? Okay. So how do I just, down arrow, okay, beautiful. The proposed Disability and Inclusion Director for the Village of Key Biscayne is a global leadership position that will connect with every village department to advance accessibility, inclusion, and equal opportunity for all residents and stakeholders. By acting as a central point of contact and liaising across all departments, the director ensures that best practices for disability inclusion are integrated into every aspect of village life, not just in compliance, but also in culture, community design, emergency planning, employment, and outreach. So, key responsibilities. The director's responsibilities are wide-ranging. First, they will develop, oversee, and assess programs tailored to residents' needs to maximize opportunities for their meaningful participation. The director will implement ongoing mandatory training programs for staff, volunteers, and first responders, which will equip them with the understanding and practical tools to better serve all residents with disabilities. The director will build and maintain a secure, up-to-date database of residents with special needs. This tool is critical for emergency preparedness, so first responders and emergency management have identified and can help residents who need accommodations, such as transportation assistance or medical supplies. The director, of course, will ensure this information is safeguarded for privacy while being actionable in times of crisis. In addition, the director will work across all village departments to weave inclusion into daily operations and community events. They will ensure and oversee compliance with ADA and state and federal laws. Partnering closely with Key Biscayne schools, the director will lead efforts to raise awareness and acceptance among students and expand the number of inclusive classrooms with the aim of ensuring that our young residents understand and advocate for inclusion. Finally, the director will launch comprehensive village-wide campaigns to fight stigma, promote empathy, and foster the understanding that inclusion across all ages benefits every single Key Biscayne resident. So, benefits, quick. The Disability and Inclusion Director position brings tangible benefits to Key Biscayne. Specialized emergency protocols protect our most vulnerable neighbors during emergencies. The post promotes values of safety and opportunity. The role positions Key Biscayne as a leader in accessibility, increasing its appeal as an attractive home for new residents of all ages as well as businesses. And most importantly, proactive engagement directly achieves the village's stated mission and values: safe community environment, residents first, teamwork always, stewardship, pursuit of excellence, and empowerment to act in solving community problems to meet the village's needs. Okay, the justification, I did this as a comparison. There are two positions that are currently in the proposed budget, customer service specialist and park supervisor. And, okay, sorry. So here you see specific examples of some of the initiatives the advisory board has identified and where they can be implemented. For example, the director will actively work with village administration to identify and apply for grants for additional funding, roll out initiatives like the Hidden Disabilities Sunflower Program, and oversee valuable inclusion training of all administration employees. They will work with the village manager to ensure every key budget, policy, and operations decision considers the accessibility needs of residents with disabilities. The
Okay,
director-
this is great. Have you all met with the manager yet about creating another position? It just as a form of information, so that when we get into the budget season, that we can look at that and see if this is something that we can or can't do.
I briefly met today.
Okay.
Very briefly.
Okay, all right, so that would probably be a good starting place, and also dealing with your liaison
Right.
to see what it is that you can present to us, again, during this budget season, to see if that's something that we can incorporate into the budget,
Okay.
okay? But this is great, great presentation. We appreciate your coming out tonight and letting us know of the fine work that you've been doing, and we'll take it from there.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, let's do the agenda, approvals, deferrals, additions, deletions.
I have some deferrals.
And before we get there, and then after that, I want to do, since the commissioner is here, go to 9A, okay?
You want to hear my deferrals?
Sure.
I just want to preface my request to defer with the following. This is an enormous agenda. I was pretty stressed about it, and this morning, I've been working about it for a long time, but this morning I woke up and said, you know, this is too much. There are people from the neighborhood who want to stay and hear some of the discussion and not have to wait till 11 o'clock till we get to some of these meatier issues. So I would like to defer the following things, which I do not believe have a time restriction on them. It would be 9B, 9D. I also want to apologize to the manager because I didn't think about this until today. 9B, 9D. $10B, 10C, and 10D.
10D, okay.
Those items require thoughtful consideration, as everything else does on the menu, on the agenda. But I think they can wait, and we don't need to address those tonight.
Council, just a quick question on, which one was the last one you said? You said 10C, and which one was the last one? 10D. 10D. I would personally entertain that option, but I just wanted to hear a little bit from Public Works on the roadway milling and resurfacing. I'm not sure if they have times agreed upon with other agencies or with contractors, or can somebody speak on that briefly?
Sure. Before I think I can speak, and I'll obviously let the Public Works Director come up. A number of these have to do with FY25 money, that if we don't spend it now, it'll go away. So, and one of those are these roads project, as well as the funding for the radios as well.
So that's 10B you're referring to, Manager?
Would be the roads, which is
10B?
10B, and the other one is 9B, which is the radios for police.
Okay.
And also, if we're going to continue down that one, also 10D, which is a grant from a federal grant from UASI that also has limited time frame as well. We're going to do matching money from this current year as well.
It's 10D, you said?
10D.
10D, yes, sir.
So that's just 9B and 10D that have time restrictions?
9B, 10B, and 10D.
Correct.
9B, 10B, 10D.
And to be honest, also 10C as well.
What's
Well,
10C?
Then let's get rid of, not get rid of, let's not consider some others. You want to hear the others that could wait? Because this is too long. It's too much for one night. 8F, 8G, I think it's all of
They're
8.
all on the consent agenda?
I don't know, it's too much for one night.
8F and G are consent.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think all of 8 is consent.
Right.
yes.
Okay, well, I made my motion,
So it was 9D is the only one that's really left.
kind of a,
Do you want to take that one?
9D and 10C? Is 10C?
No, 10C is time sensitive. 9D is the only one that was considered not necessarily time
I
sensitive.
did my best. That was my motion.
Can I ask a question, Steve? 10C has time frame relevance?
Street lighting.
That's the street light?
Yes, I mean, yeah, obviously it's a high priority, and secondly, it's FY25 funding as well.
So just to clarify, if we don't make a decision on that this evening, we will lose potential funding?
Or we'd have to decide and take part of our budget hearing to discuss it on September 11th.
We're not going to lose anything by not doing it tonight.
So
We're not going to lose anything by not doing it tonight. To hire the engineer for
Well,
the.
we would have to, we would have to select them in September 11th or September 30th, yes.
Okay, but the point is, we've done it now, what, 15 years waiting to do this? So his question is, it's another month of, I guess, what's the priority? That's all.
I have a question on,
I'm just telling you the facts. If we don't do it on
Well, the
September 11th.
priority is we
or
get
September
out a
30th.
little bit earlier today, we get out a little bit early on the 11th.
I have a question for council.
It's
and
one
this
item.
Maybe based on the discussions that were said before, maybe a little bit, but on 10E, the selecting of the GIT consultant pursuant, there's also an item that you placed, Councilmember Linden, and deferring the project, the entire stormwater project, or putting a stop on it. So I'm just questioning the logic behind that, and I'm wondering, in the spirit of Councilmember Stoner of trying to minimize the agenda, whether it would be appropriate for us to discuss what's a priority, which is, are we going to stop the project, or are we not going to stop the project before we start talking about hiring another firm to evaluate something? It just seems like the two logics are colliding, and I'm wondering if there's an opportunity for us to have a discussion on that rather than just going ahead and hiring at this point and having a very spirited discussion on that. Why don't we focus on whether we want to stop the project or whether we want to go ahead and continue assessing it? That would be
I'm
my.
glad you brought that up, because basically I was going to ask, when I had a chance, to take B8 on the manager and mayor and council thing and
Right.
combine that with 10F, 10E, okay?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand your.
All right.
Can you
I
repeat
didn't
that?
understand the logic.
Okay, we're,
No, but I think it's, Mayor, if I may.
can we,
We have a motion from Councilmember Stoner.
yeah.
Okay, well then I'll
first.
I'll bring that up as a second. one.
Okay, let me,
Sorry.
Councilmember Stoner, can we try to see, let's get through as much of the agenda as possible. And these will be not as high a priority items as some of the others, because I think that that's your intent, right?
Yes.
So let's can we just leave them? Okay, and we can have that discussion later on in the meeting, and depending on how we are, so that we can finish those or not finish those, okay?
That's
So-
fine, Joe, except the one item that I have, which would be B8, the end, whatever that's called, mayors and.
Yeah, yeah.
council. Bring that forward, because
Well-
basically unless Mike wants to defer number 10E, then basically my B8 then becomes not even the discussion, then just goes in the referendum.
Okay. I agree that that is a long discussion. But, these things are on the agenda. Do you want not to do them? Is that it?
Well, no, we do want to do them, just saying what order, that's all.
Yeah.
I said they
I
should be
think
combined.
Ed's point is if we bring 11B8 into the same conversation as 10E, logical.
That's all. Okay.
I have no issues with you
I
going
would
forward.
still suggest let's go to the original motion. And we identified everything that is time sensitive, leaving you with 9D. Would you still like to defer 9D? Because I would second that.
That's fine. I mean, it's
Okay,
one-
so I
one
second the
less-
motion to defer 9D.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
So 9D is deferred. Thank you.
Motion
I
carries.
still haven't, and I'm sorry to intrude it in your discussion, Councilmember Stoner, but I wanted to make sure that we clarify the issue of the stormwater component, and I have not yet gotten an answer from council on that.
We'll take that up at the appropriate time in the agenda.
Can I have a vote on that, please? I mean, I'm asking for a deferral of that item right now.
Okay, well, let's wait till we get there. I have a discussion on it, and then we can decide whether we want.
Can I have a second on that?
I'm sorry, Councilmember.
I'm asking for a deferral on item 10E until the issue of the stormwater project is resolved. I'm asking for a formal second on that one.
Okay, so the alternative to a deferral on that item is Councilmember London's suggestion that the discussion of 11B8, or B8, yes, be married to 10E.
I think the answer to his question is there's no second for his motion. Right?
Do I have a second on that motion?
No.
I don't. Okay, fine.
So you have a,
So move to combine 11B8 with 10E.
So moved.
Second.
seconded.
Can I make a suggestion? Can we move 10F in front of 10E?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
That's an easy one.
So I got
Okay.
concessions on that? 10F is going in front of
10E, 10F, and
10F,
11D8.
Yes.
Thank you.
All, those three together, okay.
What was it, 11, what, sorry?
So Joe, just to,
10E, 10F, and 11D8.
yep, 10, but we're gonna move 10F in front of 10E, so we're gonna
Okay.
talk about that
Yes.
first. Okay,
Alright.
got it. Thank you.
Mayor, we also have Councilmember Bracken's request in, what is it, 11B 5, to move the council member date. And if we could maybe get some clarity on that now, and so we can then defer 12A to a date certain, because that's what they've requested. So
11B5.
You're still needing to.
You need that, sir,
Okay,
yes.
all right, is that, everyone, we've talked about it before, if there's no problem moving from the 15th to the 14th, is that correct, Mr. Manager?
Correct. So from
That's doable by us if that's what the council wishes.
Wednesday 15th to Tuesday 14th. yes.
Right, right.
When is this, October?
October.
October.
It would be a huge help
Wednesday,
for you guys.
October 15th.
Okay, that
to
would,
Tuesday, October
okay.
Consensus of council?
So if everybody
Yes,
else is
aye.
okay with it, all right?
That's good.
All right, so for purposes of the deferral on 12A, the motion to defer regulatory variance for 22 Harbor Point will be to a date certain of October 14th in these council chambers at the normal time.
Okay, is everybody clear?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Okay.
Consensus of council to defer. Thank you.
okay. With that, let's move to 9A.
All
Chad,
those in favor of
thank
the
you.
agenda as amended?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Hey, I wanted
Thank
those.
you.
I oppose.
The next item is the consent agenda.
We just, well, no, we're going to 9A.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, the presentation? Yes, I'm
No,
sorry.
we'll defer that.
Yes, yes, yes,
Yeah.
yes, I get it.
Okay, so we're going to,
9A, an ordinance of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, amending ordinance number 2024-16, which adopted the budget for fiscal year 2024-2025 by revising the 2024-2025 fiscal year budget, budget amendment number 2, providing for implementation and providing for an effective date.
Move.
Second.
Okay. Ordinance on first reading is before us.
Actually, Mayor, this is an ordinance on second reading.
I'm sorry, second reading. You want to kick it
Mr.
off
Mayor,
and
as
then?
our CFO is making his way down the stairs, I just want to make it clear, and then we'll turn it over to Commissioner Regalar to talk more details about the shoreline. What this ordinance is simply asking on second reading is to move $950,000 from our reserves. Do I see him showing up? Get up there, Benjamin. 950,000 from our, currently in our reserves to our capital improvement program with the intention to fund the shoreline project. It is not committing the money, it is just transferring from reserves to CIP. Anything you want to add to that?
Sorry, Mr. Manager, what's the plan on hearing what the scope of work is at some later date? When will that happen?
So what you'll hear right now is Commissioner Regalado is going to get up and give kind of a big picture of how we're going to do it. And then we're going to refine those numbers, those details, come back on October, I guess now 14th, with the details on the contract mechanism and the specific costs for each item we request to do.
And all the deliverables?
Yes.
Great.
And the timelines as well.
Great.
Yeah, just procedurally, as the manager said, second reading budget amendment ordinance. This appropriates money from our reserves into our CIP program for fiscal year 25. If I could make a similarity, this is similar to the St. Agnes Field where we moved the money, later had to go out to bid, we had to bring the contract back to council. This just appropriates money. Later we'll get the scope of work and have to approve and bring it back to council for the approval of the expenditure. So I'll open it up.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Steve's going to put up a presentation. I'm going to go through it. But I wanted to report back on a few things. First and foremost, thank you all for taking up this item. I had the opportunity to meet with most of you. I know a lot of people are out. He has it, but he'll get it for you. Tony's on it. A lot of folks were out, and that's one of the reasons we wanted to have another workshop before a second reading, but we just had too many people out. So one of the benefits of having this finalized in October is that we'll definitely have another workshop before October. And we also want to have another public meeting so people can have the opportunity to really look at the master agreement and the line items. The last thing I would ask you to approve is something that does not have details and does not have accountability. That's quite the opposite of what I want. So first and foremost, I was given a bunch of homework at our last meeting. So I'll report on my homework first before we get into what we have been negotiating with the manager and what we're working on for October. First, I was tasked with meeting with FDOT, our FDOT secretary. I met with him. We talked about the shoreline, all for resetting the Bearcut PD&E, not against it. We have expanded the breadth of that PD&E, so we were able to extend the area that it covers, but it does not cover the entire Rickenbacker. It is a very new PD&E, and the recommendation that the state gave to me when we talked about it is having a stakeholder meeting and hitting the reset button so that it includes the entire Rickenbacker. So they're not against that. And what they wanted to know is, surprise, surprise, who's going to be doing the planning, right? So we told them about this item, about the potential master agreement, and that we would be doing that. The second thing that I was tasked with was a lot of questions about where is the Department of Transit and Public Works. The Department of Transit and Public Works has officially said that they have no long-term plan for the Rickenbacker. They have a short-term fix, and all they can do is hope that we can figure it out, and they're happy to support once we come back with the planning. They have provided us with all the documentation. They're going to give us all the documents on the easements and all the surveys that they have. They do not have a comprehensive survey of the entire Rickenbacker. When I spoke to you first about this, that was one of our concerns, specifically the areas around the water treatment facility. So we are getting that from the different departments, and we are putting together something that is comprehensive so that we can have an entire survey done. We have pieces of it, but that's one of the things that we're going to be working on as we look at the feasibility of the shoreline. As part of our budget at the county, we actually have a budget meeting tomorrow. I requested a meeting of the whole before our first budget meeting. One of the items that is coming before the meeting of the whole is different issues that we have with transit. As you all know, transit has a deficit in this county budget, so we are putting a pin in a lot of different things, and we're going to be talking about that tomorrow as we go into our budget in September. But one of the things that is being recommended by staff, and we'll be talking about tomorrow and at our first budget meeting, is an increase to the tolls for the Rickenbacker and the Venetian, specifically to pay down the existing debt. So if you haven't seen it, we'll be talking about it, but what we've been discussing with the administration is they want to move towards SunPass and away from toll by plate. So the SunPass rate will go from $2.25 to $3.25, and the toll by plate will go from $3 to $6.50. Now, there will be an increase in the resident rate and the school rate. The resident rate will go, as proposed right now, from 24 to 72, and the school from 60 to 120. So, again, not set in stone. It's just the first thing that transit threw out there, and I'm happy to talk to you all about it. But the math was done to pay down the existing debt for the William Powell, and allowing us to then put some money back in that account as we move forward to take out bonds to do bear cut. So that was the plan. And again, happy to discuss it. But I just wanted you to know that that is in the existing budget. And I also asked the department to give us the most recent, thank you, the most recent fiscal report. I know one of the things that gets thrown around is, where does the Rickenbacker money go? So my staff is going to be sending you all our most recent report where we requested that about 2 years ago. So it'll give you all the breakdown of what's happening with that Rickenbacker funding. And we've also met with stakeholders. The meetings with stakeholders have gone well, and I've actually approached 3 independent private people who are considering donating to this effort. So even though the request right now is for $950, I hope by October to have reduced that with some private funding. So we needed to clarify with the manager and with you all what the tasks are before I can move on that private funding. And that's what we're doing here today. So as the manager said, we're not asking, no one's writing any checks today. We're just laying out what our priorities are as we work on the master agreement and the deliverables. So this is the task description and some of the estimated costs. Again, this can change, and we're working on different ways to make it better. But as you see, task 1 is agency coordination and status review. We've already done a lot of that, but the estimated cost to that is $23,750. Task 2, and there'll be slides going through each one. Task 2 is the comprehensive technical baseline assessment. That and task 3, which is the feasibility assessment, is really, the meat of this and what we've been focusing on. As I told you, Miami-Dade doesn't really have a lot of documents on the Rickenbacker. There's a lot of things there, but I also think that there may be some opportunities. So for example, Commissioner London's request in terms of FPL, one of the things that we can look at is a potential gas line. So for those of you who have generators, and are interested in what would happen in a difficult time, that could also be something that we could work into this. So we are going to look at existing and potential opportunities for everything from gas to fiber, to redoing some of the electrical lines. As you remember, one of the reasons that we discussed the underline at the county was because there was a lawsuit for the undergrounding of that infrastructure. And as a result, there was a decision to put that infrastructure under the empath. And at the same time, there was the conversation of the underline. But the underline actually houses infrastructure. And one of the things that I added when they were undergrounding the electrical was fiber. So Miami-Dade County did put $850,000 that was matched by, I think it was Hotwire. Yes, Hotwire. Hotwire. That was matched by Hotwire, and the underline comes with that also. So one of the things that we're looking at is adding a partnership like that potentially to the shoreline. As many of you know, one of the problems that we have on the Rickenbacker at the moment is people get a ride share there, but they can't get a ride share back. And the city of Miami, although we told them of this when they were doing their RFP for the Marine Stadium, has not responded to that infrastructure need. Neither has Virginia Key, and we have been speaking to all the stakeholders about the importance of having connectivity along it for different reasons, including the conversations that we've been having with the county on the Seaquarium. So task 5 is the basis of the design report, and then task 6 is a business plan. And we've included a business plan because we want this to be dynamic, and we want to ensure that we have maintenance and we have opportunities for businesses, and that this is not something that's going to continuously be coming back to stakeholders requesting funding. I will say that I've also been working with our county attorneys about different financing vehicles, and we're working currently on 3 different ones that could be used to fund this project, and I should have that to you also by October when we're done with our budget. And then finally, stakeholder and community engagement and the allocation for that. So those are the basic numbers, and then we'll go to the first slide where we break this down, and I'm happy to take your questions. Next slide. I don't have a clicker. Is there a clicker? Just the mouse? Oh, I'm like used to, oh, there we go. Okay, all right. So this is not my computer. So task 1, development, understanding of current status and positions, existing plans. We're already working on that. The approval parties and process, like I told you, we're already working on that. Talking to FDOT, and we're going to have a lot more stakeholder meetings. Obviously, the stakeholder meetings take on a different sense of urgency once you have planning and a timeline. Task 2, comprehensive technical baseline assessment. This is a performance review of existing information, the feasibility that many of you have asked about our initial concept, reviewing current designs based on the data collected, and the utility engineering, environmental, traffic, land use, and economic information. So many of the questions that you all had was that, and we're already working on that. One of the things that we've been trying to see is what does the county have planned? What does the state have an interest in? And what can be done to accelerate that? And to use some of that projected money to do a better job instead of spending it on maintenance and much of the same, moving that money up. And that's been the request that I've made to the county to kind of put a pin on what they're working on in terms of since I told you they don't have a long-term plan.
Commissioner
And
Navarro,
yes.
Are we going to open up for questions, or are you
Yeah,
going to wait?
if you
okay.
want to do it at the end, or if you want to do it now, Commissioner, whatever
Just
is your
real quick,
preference.
on the PDE, you mentioned something earlier so I was under the impression that was in phase going on full blast right now.
It is.
Okay, so.
But it just started.
Okay, so when you said they broadened it, does that allow you to have more scope for the bridge?
Yes.
Okay,
So
and
we were able to broaden it geographically,
Okay.
but it does not cover the entire Rickenbacker. So the conversation that we had with FDOT is we did what we could within this current structure. However, if we have a commitment and we are going to proffer a plan, they're willing to work with us to reset it so that we start with the entire Rickenbacker. But I have to provide a series of things in order for that to happen. As you guys know, you deal with FDOT all the time. I have to provide a planning structure, a timeline, and some financing vehicles, which is what we would be working on as soon as possible. Task 2 is probably where we would be able to hit the reset button, right? Because I need to know, as we've discussed, where the utilities are and what the viability is of building the viaduct where we have placed it. So this is be an important step for us moving forward. Anybody have any other questions?
Commissioner, I just had a quick question on the timelines for what Councilmember was asking on the PD&E to reset the button. What are we looking at? I mean,
Well, we've currently only had our first meeting, so I knew many of you attended it. So we had our first meeting. We would lose 6 months if we move on this quickly, right? So if we move quickly, which is why I'm not waiting for this to get the information. So I'm already getting the data and meeting with our stakeholders to see if potentially by the end of the year, we can hit that reset button if that is what we desire to do.
I think, Commissioner, if I can add to that, so, council members, so we were on a target before for the alternative analysis to be presented in October, November timeframe. They have added, as she mentioned, an additional alternative.
Yes.
Right now, that goes to Miami Marine Stadium, but doesn't go the entire Rick
Goes
Mark.
to
Sounds
the-
like she's
it
trying
goes to the entrance of the Powell.
Yeah,
Right.
get it all the way,
Got it.
which it should be all the way.
Sure.
But just the addition of that additional alternative is going to push it back.
Yes.
Plus,
That's what I wanted to
6
know.
months.
How would that float in the
Yeah.
schedule? And
Yeah, but
Well, it's
we've
not even
already.
float, it just kind of it changes the whole project because now there are four alternatives versus 3.
so they would have to restart the whole thing.
Well, so right now, in its current extension, more work needs to be done. One of the things that FDOT has said is if we're willing to take on the planning, it would be better if we reset the entire thing as opposed to force them to do it, which would then also take that money and potentially pour it back into the shoreline. The other thing is the county does have projected funding for the, what they were planning on doing with the Bear Cut. Remember, we had talked about that the county plan has them shutting down the Bear Cut to 1 lane while they're building it. So that is in their plan. Our plan would eliminate that. And that's one of the things that we've all discussed. So those are all things FDOT was interested in that point. Obviously, they don't want to take us down to 1 lane. We're not the Keys, right? So there is an interest in how one would replace the other, and the two things could work at the same time.
Thank you.
Sure. All right. So obviously, the regulatory part, we have already reached out to RER and DERM, and we're looking at that and bringing that department on board, and they're happy to help. So task 3 is a more detailed feasibility report, including the technical and feasible assessment, environmental and resiliency assessment, the cost implications, and the project risks, right? So that puts us all straight into the PD&E and the NEPA. Those are the same standards that they would ask us for. We've tried to mirror what those requirements would be because this is all about saving time and catching up with the Bear Cut or doing the Bear Cut. So task 4 is the concept plan update. And that would be, that's the point that we're going to get more into, like the renderings, the planning, the mobility strategy, the landscaping, the stormwater, the public space programming, and revenue generating opportunities to support it. And task 5, the basis of the design report, the draft report with updated information and design. This would be compiling the comprehensive report, updating the concept plan, the design criteria and technical assumptions, and the preliminary cost estimates. I'm an English learner. Task 6 is the business plan. Like I told you, I think it's important to add it. As many of you know, one of the issues that we have with all the things that government makes is how do you maintain it, right? So knowing that O&M is the challenge and not capital, I think we should be a little forward thinking and bake that into the pie, right? So I'm glad you're all nodding your heads because we don't want to be having an O&M conversation 4 or 5 years from now. So I think that there's opportunities there. And there's a lot to be done and a lot of lessons learned at the county with the underline and also a lot of the work that we've done in anticipation of underline, specifically phase 3. Task 7, obviously, is the stakeholder and community engagement. It has on here that we're going to have a minimum of 2 public meetings. You guys know me well enough to know that that's not going to happen. We're going to probably have 20. And that's as it should be. Right? But that is the requirement under the rules, and that's why we mirrored that there. But I think this is really an opportunity to have lots of public engagement during this entire process. We have been talking with City of Miami staff, and we've also met with the folks that are working on the convergence. So I know some of you asked me about the convergence piece that is leading up to the Rickenbacker. We did not include the convergence in this because there's already a plan. So the underline and we've met with them, we're meeting with the city of Miami, and we're trying to move that forward as this gets done, because the convergence will then connect the underline to the Rickenbacker. And I think that there's a tremendous opportunity there in terms of momentum. And we don't really need this piece of it because we can do that with some small FDOT money, just the nature of what we're working on there. There is like a plan A and a plan B. And one of the things that we're working on is presenting that to all the stakeholders, including you all, in the next few months as we work on the convergence. All right, and that's it. So I'll go back to the top, and here to take any questions. Ulyss is here also.
Yeah, let me open the public hearing on this item. Public hearing is now open on the second reading of 9A. Just go to the microphone.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, Commissioner Myra Pena-Lindsay, 365 Westwood Drive. Thank you for everything you all do. I want to start by saying that I support the improvement of Virginia Key. I approved, and Frank and we were involved with part of the Virginia Key Master Plan that was adopted by the City of Miami in 2011 and supported by Miami-Dade County. This process is currently what is supposed to be done. It is the framework for Virginia Key. I don't know if you all are new, if you've even heard of it. I, as a courtesy, sent you the report today, the actual plan, so that you'd have an idea of what the parameters are there. It talks a little bit about the deed restrictions and what the vision is. It was part of a public process that included a planning coalition, as is usually done in these type of projects. You have a planning coalition, stakeholders and a board, and it was the Urban Environmental League, the University of Miami School of Architecture, Dade Heritage Trust, Friends of Miami Marine Stadium, Villagers, National Trust for Historic Preservation, World Monument Fund, and it goes on and on and on. It also partnered with the municipalities. Why do I bring this up? Because you are currently contemplating earmarking a gift of $950,000 because, as I was told by the manager on several occasions today, this is a leap of faith. Generally, governments don't spend close to $1 million on a leap of faith, especially when you're putting into a capital improvement fund where you actually have a capital project that has been determined, that is ready to go, that is in development phase, and it's got a timeline. This is a concept. It's a wonderful concept, but it is not time or the place to be funding it. You have a situation where you have a very well-meaning, creative, possibly visionary individual who's coming to you for municipal monies, for a concept that is just an idea right now, that is not in our jurisdiction, and that may not go anywhere because you don't even have the stakeholders that have jurisdiction involved. They're not supporting it yet. They are not funding it yet. And so this is just not ready. It is not ripe. It is premature. And at this point, it is a gift. And you listen. $1 million doesn't sound like a lot of money until you put it like this. I went on the tax rolls today, this evening, and I went and I saw how much this board contributes in tax dollars to Key Biscayne on a yearly basis. The total, and I did allocate to someone who is not currently owning $2,000 a year because I thought that was fair for the property. But you currently pay collectively toward Key Biscayne funds $17,805. To put things in perspective, for this board to pay for this gift, this concept, this leap of faith, would take you 50 years to pay off. And we are nickel and diming our residents when it comes to stormwater. We are nickel and diming residents when it comes to all sorts of services. Let's just think about it. I suggest, this gift, you at least defer it until you actually have some details. You have who is going to, who's going to lead this. You have stakeholders that have signed on. You have private funding. You have a board. You have something that is tangible. Right now, you have nothing tangible. And it is, in my opinion, completely inappropriate to be funding this at this point. Please consider this gift as not appropriate at this time, or maybe even ever.
Thank you. Next speaker is Fausto Gomez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council, Fausto Gomez, 765 Crandon Boulevard, Penthouse 10. First, I'd like to thank Commissioner Regalado. This is certainly innovative and visionary project. However, it is very, very premature, number one, and it is violative of your own charter and frankly, state statutes. Let me just put some facts onto the record. The Rickenbacker Causeway is not owned or controlled by Key Biscayne. As a matter of fact, the Florida Supreme Court has ruled that municipalities' use of tax dollars in support of entities or projects outside the geographic boundaries is only permissible under specific circumstances. And that is if it is a project of regional benefit or intergovernmental agreements, none of which this project currently meets. I would argue that as a gift, this would bring into place Section 7.05 of the Key Biscayne Charter, and I would ask you to take a look at it because I think that is very much on point on this item. Second, for over 3 years, we have heard the village say that we have, quote, a seat at the table, and that we're working directly and closely with Miami-Dade County on a Rickenbacker Causeway master plan. Now we hear there is no master plan. Frankly, I'm stunned. In fact, our village developed a master plan and submitted to the county, and we were all told by the administration and others that it's being considered, that we're working on the master plan. Is there a master plan or not? I think transparency is the order of the day. Third, the Shoreline Project currently does not appear to have the support of Miami-Dade County, the City of Miami, and the Florida Department of Transportation. No official action has been taken, and no funds have been allocated towards it. In fact, under Florida statutes, no state transportation trust fund dollars can be allocated to a non-state road. Besides Key Biscayne, where's the funding for this project? Moreover, last week I met with the leadership of the Underland. I'm glad that Euclid is here. And they indicated to me at lunch specifically that they are not interested in the project, that they're focused on finishing the underline, and in fact, they don't have enough money to finish the underline section. I also note that in the manager's memo to you, it says that the village is going to enter into a partnership agreement with Friends of the Underline. There is no partnership agreement signed as of today, I believe. But if you look at the manager's memo of July 1st, under the same topic, the manager states that the funds will be used to, quote, execute a professional services contract with Plusburia Design. So what is it? Finally, I believe at this stage the village should defer this item until you have more information and you basically can be responsible stewards of public dollars. Now let me be clear. This is an interesting project. We don't know if the funding is going to be there. We don't know what the result is going to be. So what I believe should happen is after the feasibility of the project is established, not with our dollars, that Key Biscayne should participate in funding and the construction of the overpass for the very simple reason that we don't want a ribbon of concrete like I-95 or the Palmetto Expressway. We want an overpass which is assigned by Calatrava or Gary or somebody of that nature that makes it a very signature project. And finally, if you look at the master plan says that, which is developed by the City of Miami and Miami-Dade County, it basically says that there should be nothing that detracts of the vistas of coming on the Rickenbacker and Key Biscayne. So, in essence, I think this is premature. You should not fund it right now. And frankly, I think that there is provisions in state law and indeed your charter that preclude it from doing so. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, public hearing is now closed.
Mr. Mayor, if I could?
Sure.
Just as a point of clarification, number one, Miami-Dade County is in fact the owner of the Rickenbacker. So I think you are talking to the right people. Number two, I don't know if Euless wants to come up, but as someone who has worked on the underline in the past 5 years, the underline is fully funded on time and on budget, and is actually the first Miami-Dade transit project that is on time and on budget. So I don't know, Euless, if you want to come on down.
Sure. Thank you,
We
Commissioner.
were all very surprised.
Yes. So I'm Euless Clarkley, CEO of Friends of the Underline, and just, I guess, to make a point on the record, the Underline project on the capital side is fully funded. We received funds from the U.S. Department of Transportation through FTA, Federal Transit Administration. We received funds from the state, Florida Department of Transportation. There's been contributions from Miami-Dade County, and we also have contributions from some of our municipalities along the corridor, City of Miami, as well as City of Coral Gables. We're also continuing to receive for O&M long-term agreements to cover our O&M costs for the Underline, working with not only private donations but also the county and the municipalities along the Underline. So it's a fully funded project. It is on time and on budget, and we're very proud of that fact. And we encourage everybody to come out and enjoy it. Many of you have, and we'll be fully open by the summertime of 2026. And we just 2 weeks ago actually moved from 2.5 miles to 5 miles along the Underline. So just want to make that point clear on the record. Thank you.
Thank you.
The other thing that I think is important to clarify, we have met with the City of Miami. And actually, one of the interesting things as part of those meetings is the Virginia Key Master Plan did come up. The City of Miami is currently entertaining an unsolicited proposal and looking at the development of that site, separate and apart from that master plan. So as far as I know, that master plan is being shelved for something that's very different, and I'm sure you'll hear about it soon enough. But we have been meeting with all the stakeholders, including the University of Miami. We even reached out to the federal government and met with them about their plans for the NOAA building. So there is stakeholder interest in what we're doing, and we have vetted this through our attorneys. There's absolutely no issue, legal or otherwise, with Key Biscayne investing in its future. And finally, in terms of your investment, our basic analysis of the economic impact that the county's current plan for Bearcut would have on Key Biscayne is $6.7 million in losses when you're down to one lane. So I think this is an investment in your future, and I'm happy to partner with you and continue working on this project. Thank you.
Okay, Council, it's our turn to ask questions and talk to each other, talk to the manager as to where we are on this project, as we are moving this forward or not. So, a quick question, Mr. Attorney. You've obviously reviewed what the charter says. Can you enlighten us as to what has been said? In terms of
our charter has a prohibition on gifts and charitable contributions unless it's a 7-0 vote. So on its face, there's nothing prohibited by our charter by it. Now, with that being said, the manager and I have been working that this would not be structured as a gift or a charitable contribution.
Of course.
So we do believe that the Village of Key Biscayne will receive, more than adequate consideration in return for the funds. But that's something that the manager will present at a later meeting with the full detailed scope of work, proposals, responsibilities, roles, and the like.
The intent behind this is not donative.
That's correct.
What's not what?
Donative.
Gift.
Gift. Sorry. Excuse me, Chad. Based on what Fausto said about, I guess, the state law or something, what does that have to do with this? Anything?
I'm not sure that Mr. Gomez actually cited to a state law. I think he just said there's a state law. If maybe he could give us the exact state law, we can further look at it.
As a matter of fact, Mr. Mayor, Florida statutes prohibit the expenditure of state transportation trust fund dollars on non-state roads. And as a matter of fact, the reason, if you all recall, when I represented the Village of Key Biscayne, we got an amendment to that statute allowing Crandon Boulevard to be funded because it's the terminus of a state park. So there is that state law. I don't have it in front of me, but that is in Florida statutes, and you should review it because it's there.
I'm familiar with that, but I think you said state funds?
State transportation trust fund dollars, as you all know, in transportation dollars of the state, it goes to the trust fund. Allocations are made by the Florida legislature based on the 5-year work program.
Okay, so I don't believe the Village of Key Biscayne is planning to fund this with those dollars, but we'll look at it.
I'm not talking about the village. I'm talking about representations has been made to you with regards to funding sources, including FDOT. And I am saying FDOT is not an applicable funding source for local roads.
Okay. And I'm familiar with the statute that Mr. Gomez is talking about. He and I worked for years on that. That doesn't really relate to this issue. However, I think, as he said, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think the comment was really towards what other people are saying to the village as it relates to that and not the village funds. So,
Just as a point of clarification, I said that we're working with FDOT. I didn't say we're going to get FDOT funding. That being said, we have talked to our state partners, and as Euless mentioned, there was a lot of funding that the state did give to the underline, and there is an interest also in the shoreline because of its giving back. More in terms of stormwater and the beach than the actual viaduct. So we have had those conversations. And as for the gift, maybe there was some confusion because the only gift here is me. And that's the burden that you carry when your last name means gift.
Okay. What we're doing here tonight is to reiterate, we are looking to put some money, invest some money in the future of our only way in and out of Key Biscayne. What we're also doing is we're setting aside this funding, and we're going to tell the manager that we need to tidy up whatever agreements we need to make us whole, make us comfortable. And that's really what we're here doing tonight. And so, let's continue the conversation.
We spent between 120 or 160,000. I get two different numbers, I think, for Jeremy's plan or Jeremy's contribution to the, the master plan for Dane County. So now I hear there is a master plan or not a master plan for the causeway. And I thought.
So a couple things. So I'll answer the first part. The village's plan, because Jeremy doesn't make a plan on his own. The village's plan cost $120,000, not $160,000. And I'll let the commissioner talk about that.
So the county has a planning mechanism that they have for the immediate, we've refocused them to the immediate transit issues. So that is what the county is working on right now. How are we going to solve our immediate transit issue on the Rickenbacker? They have no Rickenbacker plan. So they have short-term fixes and, 2 or 3 years out, there is a bear cut plan, which is separate and apart. But the county has confirmed that they have no interest in a long-term Rickenbacker plan. And that's one of the things that we were talking with them, because we said we didn't want two competing plans. So we were able to get to that point with them, and we will be having meetings on the short-term issues, which is one of the reasons we've been talking to the different stakeholders about what are they planning in the next 5, 6, 7 years. The other reference was to the Virginia Key Master Plan, which was done by the city of Miami a very long time ago. But obviously, there's changes going on at the city, and I talked to them about that.
Yeah, just a point of clarification from you all. When the Plan Z imploded, there were meetings that were made, public meetings that were heard, that were done, where there was a representation that there would be a master plan that would be worked on, and the Key Biscayne had a seat at the table. And in fact, that's why the Key Biscayne master plan was submitted for consideration and to supplement. So there's a lot of confusion here.
Okay, so
Wait a minute. Okay. We're getting into the details of whether or not we're going to spend this money, and that's not really what's before us tonight. So I would move right now that we approve this, move the money into the other category, and deal with the details of this when that is properly before us.
So
We have a long agenda to get to tonight.
Before I second that, and I
And there are
totally,
people who want to talk about e-bikes.
I totally agree.
Or hear us talk about
There's
e-bikes.
a procedural mechanism, but I'd like to hear it from our CFO one more time, just very clear what we're doing procedurally today, and then what we're not doing. And we'll have plenty of time, as Councilmember Stoner said, to really look at the details and look and dive into before we make any decisions on what money we're going to spend.
Sure, so procedurally, money will move from our reserves into our FY25 CIP program. The CIP capital program can also roll forward to fiscal year 26 if needed, when we get details of the scope. So there's no check being cut tonight, it's only the movement of money. And the movement of money from reserves to our capital plan does not jeopardize our reserve targets as well. So the village is still in strong financial.
Does that commit
setting.
any funds to any project, any way, shape, or form?
No.
Okay.
If we want to move that money back into reserves and we decide not to go forward with spending it, can we do that?
That's
okay.
Perfect option as well.
I second your motion.
Can we keep discussing on this?
Yes.
Well, she made a motion.
So basically, what I've seen, which I thought was the county's plan, was basically, I call them the humps, and you get off and go underneath, so you avoid the left turns on the causeway. I guess that's the short-term plan, whatever you want to call it, versus this plan. And I must tell you, you're a dynamo, you're fantastic, you are a gift. And no, really very sincere that you're doing this thing, because most people just let it drop. You're running with the ball, and that's great. My only problem, or not problem, my only question is, what will be the differential between the cost of doing their plan and the cost of doing this plan? And is that cost going to be practically paid for by somebody, county, state, local, whatever? Is that in the ballpark? Or are people going to say, hey, it's just out of the question, we can't afford it, blah, blah, blah. So having said all that, what I would propose, the only on your whole schedule here, I guess, is task 5, and I would support it, which is, why don't we find out ballpark costs, not a detailed 47,000 yards of concrete, 23,000 pounds of rebar, but we call ballpark estimate. What's it cost to do the county's method? What's it cost to do this method? What's that differential? And how will we be paid? Is it practical? Is it acceptable? Do you think we have a chance of doing it? And if we do, then go balls to,
move out. You got it, man. You said it. It's good. We
Full
got
speed
it.
ahead, okay? Sorry.
Why don't you try pedal to the metal?
Well, go, anyway, you know what I mean? That's where I am, so I would propose, that's the first thing we do is get an estimate from somebody, how much they charge us to do what this is gonna cost, the county thing, we call it the short-term plan, and your beautiful plan. That's where I am.
And listen, again, you're doing this procedurally because of your budget so that you can have access to the money within the fiscal year.
Right.
The reason that we brought you this presentation with the task and the order and the priorities is specifically to hear from you all as to what you would like to see in October. So, point taken, and we will take it back to the team and continue working on it. Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, we have a motion
One
before
comment
us.
before we close. I was very surprised to hear that one of our residents mentioned that the Friends of the Underline is not interested in this, because I've been spending a whole lot of time with Euless, and I'm not sure why, but are we still? Okay, we're still good, so we've been spending a lot of time together. So.
Thank you. Okay.
So the motion was to go straight to the vote. So
Yes, Madam Clerk.
So consensus to go straight
Yes.
to the vote. To the vote. It's an
This is
ordinance.
basically transfer money, but not allocating anything to anything.
Correct.
So in the event that we want to do something, there is money.
Correct.
Yeah.
The last thing,
And it has to come back in front of us.
one more thing you mentioned, and you did it with a nice smile on your face, which you always do. So, by the way, this is my first ask. This is not the only thing. What's the next ask after this?
So we're gonna sit down with FDOT and see what happens with the bear cut. So that's really my homework as we move forward. You all are gonna be negotiating with us about the agreement and what the specifics are. And again, I'm happy to meet with all of you before we get to October. I would like to have a workshop before that October vote, just so that all minds and hearts are clear. You know, I think that's probably the best practice, so that we don't fill up your agenda. And I've reached out to some private folks to lower this number. So you asked me to find, more people that'll participate, and I'm working on that, and I hope to have something by October
No,
also.
what you said to me was, this is my first ask, not my only ask, remember? So my question is, what did you have in mind after this?
Well,
I mean,
once,
we
yeah.
should know where we're going, that's all. In other
Right.
words, is this gonna carry us through? Yes. You're gonna come back and say, you know what, we need another 900,000?
No, absolutely not. This covers everything that we would need in order to catch up to the bear cut and then some. So, yeah. In fact, I plan to reduce this number by getting other people to participate in it. So, no, not at all. All right?
Okay.
On item 9A, Councilmember London.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sardinius.
Yes.
Councilmember Stoner.
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez.
Yes.
Mayor Roscoe.
Yes.
Councilmember Bracken.
Yes.
And Councilmember Kaplan.
Yes.
The ordinance is adopted on second reading.
Jocelyn, for the record, who made the motion, the second on it?
In the
Stoner and
Well,
Sardinius.
there was Councilmember Kaplan and Councilmember Stoner for the ordinance, and then the motion was to vote.
Motion,
was
second.
Councilmember Stoner and and Vice Mayor Sardinius.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
May I go to the consent agenda?
You too, thank you.
If this is gonna be quick, we need to go to 9C next.
Next item is the consent agenda.
I'm sorry, what do you mean?
I need a first and a second for the consent agenda.
Second.
Move second. All in favor of the consent agenda? Any opposed?
Oh.
Okay.
Motion carries.
Let's do the e-bike.
Yes, let's do it.
Went too quick, let's redo it.
The e-bikes. Which number? Oh, 9C.
9C.
Okay. On
Lots of
first,
questions for
an
you,
ordinance on first reading, an ordinance of the
Lots of
Village of
questions.
Key Biscayne, Florida, amending Article 5, Chapter 26, electric bicycles, motorized scooters, and other motorized mobility devices of the Village Code of Ordinances relating to the operation of electric bicycles, motorized scooters, and other motorized mobility devices within the village. Renaming of the article to micro-mobility devices and providing for the prohibition and regulation of such devices, providing for severability, providing for codification, providing for conflicts, providing for village manager review and recommendation, and providing for an effective date.
To get the discussion going, I'll move it.
Second.
Move second. Okay, the item is properly before us. Chief, you want to walk us through what this could look like if if the council decided to go in this direction.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Thank you for your time this evening. As most of you are aware, we have been working collaboratively with our state representative on making changes to the state law. Our state representative attempted this for a couple years and was unsuccessful.
Yeah.
And during this legislative session was successful getting it through a difficult committee. As a result, Senate Bill 462 was passed during the 2025 legislative session. What we're proposing before the council today for the council to make a decision is to approve the modification to Chapter 26. The caveats to that approval would be the following. Only Class 1 electric devices would be approved. Operators must be 18 and over, and the intent in that is to allow responsible adults the ability to use it. We've had a number of residents of all ages between 18, 30s, 40s, 50s, and 60s.
Can you
forward.
clarify Class 1 so that?
Yeah,
you know,
I'm gonna get into that.
Okay.
Operators must possess a government-issued photographic identification. There is no usage on sidewalks, and Class 1 must be human-propelled and pedal-assisted. We've also put in there, if approved, that there is an evaluation period where the administration can come back to council and council can take a different direction or recommendation at that point. So that's what we're before you tonight.
I have a ton of questions.
I've got some questions too. Let's start on this side and we'll move this
So,
way. Mike first.
Okay. So if we choose not to do anything, we can maintain the current ban as it is and just, correct, right?
That is correct.
Okay, so your recommendation is that we proceed in this fashion because of why?
So we've worked hard with our state representative, and obviously when this issue came before us, and obviously before the tragic events that occurred in the village, several of our residents were coming at the police department, management, and asking us to enforce age restrictions, enforce certain rules that we just simply didn't have the ability to do with state law. Our state representative championed this cause and brought it up, and to a difficult transportation committee who's usually not favorable in changing any of these laws because they do have wide ramifications, not only locally, but throughout the state of Florida. And it was something that she did not give up on, and she kept championing for us. And not only us, but other communities that she represents here in South Florida. And it got through. And so because the law passed, we brought the recommendation forward, and ultimately it's at the will of the council now to decide if this is something that they would want to enact.
Just to be clear, Councilmember, and I really think what we're doing is offering an opportunity for the adults of Key Biscayne to act as adults. This isn't just about 18, 19, 20, 21-year-olds. It's about 35, 47, 58, 64-year-olds as well. Or 83-year-olds.
But we do have the option we have the option to keep the ban in place. That's my question.
We do, yes.
Okay.
I think
Oscar?
Yeah, there's a overwhelming feeling that regulating this, regardless of whether or not we have a law that allows us to do so, is difficult. There were some comments made about the non-regulation of, for instance, minors driving golf carts. Walk us through how this is going to get done. That's one part. I want to also remind everyone the reason why we went to a full ban. Walk us through that as well. We didn't have much of an option, right? So walk us through that, and then walk us how you're going to regulate this, and then I'll follow up with some other questions, so I don't rattle them all off now.
To answer your first question, sir, I respect everyone's opinion, and they're entitled to it, but I look at the calls for service every single day. It's my responsibility as the leader of this police department to do it, and we do stop juveniles on golf carts. I get it. I understand individuals' frustrations. I have the same frustrations when I'm driving and commuting back and forth when someone commits a traffic violation. But because we witnessed one doesn't mean we're doing nothing. We have issued several tickets throughout the last year to juveniles driving golf carts, called their parents, and issued civil citations. And look, 18 is looking, as the manager said, giving adults the opportunity. There is a difference between a 14-year-old and an 18-year-old. There is a difference now that they have to carry an ID. I believe this is something my police department is up to, we can handle. And also, if kids are the ones that are going to come out there, they're going to feel the repercussions of this. Because if it does pass, we're going to enforce it. I believe in responsible ridership, responsible ownership, and whether it's on a car, a golf cart, any type of device that anybody's operating, whether it's a child or an adult. To answer your second part of your question, yes, when we had our tragedy here in Key Biscayne, we didn't have the ability to implement age restrictions. We didn't have the ability to restrict movements on certain roadways. We didn't have the ability to tailor the law. And I understand why we took a decision that we did as a community at the time and why it went forward. And that's the history of it. But even throughout that time, our representative continued championing and lobbying our cause to bring this up to the state to recognize the ability for municipalities to be able to do what we're doing here today.
I think it's important to note, too, that municipalities are now being given some of the power back to regulate themselves and to understand their communities.
Yes, sir.
Which is incredibly important. Walk me through how you actually regulate this. What is going to make you stop someone that looks 17, 18, 19? What is the trigger, and how make our residents feel comfortable that indeed you have a methodology around being able to keep the streets safe and making sure that people are following these rules?
You know, I look at this very comparable. You're honing on a specific age group, and we're talking young adults, right? I mean, our 16 to 18-year-old. And the example you're giving is no different than the example we get with golf carts, right? Officers have a tremendous amount of discretion, and they recognize our community members. Our officers they interact with our youth. They're in our schools. We're involved in Mass, even though it's technically not our school. We're very involved in that school. And we're going to stop you if you don't look 18. And if you don't look 18, and if you are 18, it's part of the process. We're going to stop you, show us your ID as it states here. And if you're complying with the law, you're going to move along and nothing's going to happen. But if you're not complying, you're going to face the penalty that comes with the penalties that are associated with this.
What are the penalties?
It's a civil citation, or it can lead up to a traffic citation also under the new state law.
Okay.
So there's two different ways.
How do you discern the difference between a regular bike from a class 1 to a class 2 when you see a child or an 18-year-old or a 17-year-old riding by?
As the mayor indicated, they have to be physically pedaling the bike or human propelling it. If they're not doing it, they're going to get stopped.
Okay. How fast do they go?
Well, they vary on make and model, and they vary on the class type.
20.
So class 1 maximum is 20.
Yes,
New
sir.
York regulates it to 15.
Right. Talk to me about the scooters as opposed to the bicycles.
Part of the change in the state law was micromobility devices have now been included under one statute. That's why the motorized scooters are included on it. Motorized scooters would include and fall under the same caveat as I described earlier here. You'd have to be 18, have to have government-issued ID. Obviously, they don't operate in a class device, motorized scooters, but they would not be allowed on sidewalks or bicycle paths. They would have to be in the roadway.
The difference between a class 1 bicycle and a scooter is one is throttled and one is not.
Correct.
Is what?
Throttled. A bicycle, a class 1 bicycle, you cannot throttle the bicycle. You have to actually pedal to be assisted. The moment you stop pedaling, the assist goes away. The assist only goes up to 20 miles an hour, which most people that ride bike often can probably get to 20 miles an hour. And what I'm trying to get at is they're not necessarily going to be going any faster than any regular bike. Bicycling, number one. Number two, they're going to be easily identified because if a bike is moving and there's no one pedaling, that's the trigger, right? If they look 18 or 17 or 16, you're going to pull a moment and ask the question, but they have to have an ID.
Yes, sir.
Right? And there is a penalty.
Yes, sir.
Correct? So seemingly it seems like something actually much easier to police than even golf carts.
Yes, sir.
Because golf carts, the difference between age is very hard to identify.
Yes, sir.
Number one, there's nothing to trigger you to suggest that the bike, there's no other trigger to pull someone over except for what they look like with regards to age.
Correct, sir.
Whereas the bicycle is very clear. If the pedal is not moving and the bike is moving, that's a flag, yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Bike lanes, you just mentioned no bike lanes, so these are, class 1s are not going to be able to go in the bike
No,
lane?
class 1s are allowed on bike lanes, motorized scooters.
And the scooters, no.
They have to be in the roadway.
So scooters need to be on the roadway, bicycles can be in the bike lane.
Yes, sir.
And the idea there is they go the same travel speed as any other bicycle that's probably in the bike lane.
Correct.
Okay.
The option to ban the scooters and not the bikes?
Ask the question, yeah. I mean, that's a good question. So sidewalks, absolutely not?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Just, do we have the option to allow the bikes and not the scooters?
I don't think you do, Chad, based on the way the law is written. I don't believe
Allow
they could.
the bikes.
Allow bikes, but no scooters
On what?
in our roadways.
Oh, on our roadways? I think that you probably could. I mean, if that's something the council wants us to look at between first and second.
And you're asking the question because the scooters you can throttle?
The scooters are throttable and they.
So,
Okay, we
to
have
the,
a
my
lot of
point about the
questions
trigger and the flag, the scooter has one less trigger than the bicycle does for your willingness to stop that person. The bicycle's easy to see, the scooter's not. Now the scooter's based just on what age the person looks like. So maybe something to look at.
For purposes of discussion also, the scooters are limited to 20 miles per hour also.
So are the class one.
No, I know,
bicycles.
that's what I'm
Oh,
saying.
okay, yeah.
They're both
No,
limited
that
to
I
the
got.
same speed.
But what I like about the bicycles, the class one bicycles, is there's a physicality that goes along with and is very easy to identify from a policing standpoint. You can see that nobody's pedaling a bicycle. You could be on a scooter and be standing on the
Also,
scooter.
the bikes are allowed in the bike lane where the scooters are not. So the
Right.
scooters are gonna be on the road.
But
or
that's
they're
gonna be
on
up to the
sidewalk.
parents.
Council Member Bracken, to your point, because I understand the safety concern, it's going to be the same thing on village roads because we don't have designated bike lanes
No.
on our village roads.
And I would put the onus back on the parent. Do you want your child to be on a scooter on the roadway?
And again, you know, I think you hit a key point here, and we've heard several comments tonight, all of which I respect. Listen, this village came together during a tragedy, and parents have to be parents, and adults need to be adults.
There was a comment by somebody earlier today that said that their child stopped bicycling. And the first thing that occurred to me is they stopped bicycling because you gave them an electric scooter. And if you had the choice, you might stop bicycling. And now that child is bicycling again. Interesting. I think it's important for the parents to take responsibility on what they're giving their children. That being said, I personally, with the bicycles, if there's a trigger, it's easily identifiable. You can easily regulate it. It doesn't go any faster than a regular bike. And you're allowing people that are potentially elderly and need the assisted bicycle. I think it would be a travesty to take away that right from that person to be able to get around.
And I think an important caveat here is we're leaving this open to come back to the council at any time we think this is not working or is working and have this discussion.
You done?
Yeah.
Okay. First of all, the scooters really are no different than the Class 2 electric bicycle.
Speed-wise.
Difference is.
Speed.
No. The Class 2 is 20 miles an hour. The motorized scooter is 20 miles an hour. So that's something we need to be aware of. One of the problems that I have with this is the 20 miles an hour is a little bit illusory because my golf cart gets passed by other golf carts and bikes and scooters all the time before we had them banned. Because people, I don't know if they put a governor on, they take the governor off, whatever it is, you can put a chip in and we're not stopping scooters and we're not going to stop golf carts and we're not stopping e-bikes for speeding. So the 20 miles an hour doesn't really give me any level of confidence that that's really the lowest speed. And 20 miles an hour is pretty fast. And we do have plenty of dangerous bike accidents with bicycles that are going quickly. So all of the comments that I've been getting from residents and emails, phone calls, text messages, is that the community, by and large, is against passing this. So that is my inclination. But I will say, request that if this is going to get passed, that we amend it and include a sunset provision for 1 year in place of a review by the manager, however it's currently worded, because I think we should have confidence that we are not going to have to champion the fight to stop what is already in motion, and rather I would review it to see if we want to continue and see how it's going. But in general, I'm against it.
Yeah, I just, a couple little questions, Frank, like, we've discussed this before, but from what I understand, maybe I'm wrong, but you can go get a gas-operated motor scooter or a gas-operated motorbike, a Honda or any of these other bikes, and you can operate them at the age of 16.
You can obtain a motorcycle endorsement at the age of 16 and
50 cc, you don't need an endorsement. 49 cc, you do not need an endorsement.
correct, sir.
You can go get it, a scooter, a Honda scooter, those things, and operate them all over at the age of 16. With an endorsement, you can get a Harley Davidson, that weighs 1,000 pounds, and drives that at 16.
Yep.
All over the key. Now, the question is, does it make any sense to say you got to be 18 to ride a bike that can't go more than 20, but at 16 get endorsement and ride a Harley Davidson go 150 on the key? I mean, I understand the emotional thing here. I understand everything else. I mean, we all love Megan, Frankie, but I also understand, does it make any logical sense of what we're doing to say 18 is the number? I mean, it doesn't matter to me because I'm past 18, so I'll qualify. But the major thing is, does it really make any sense? Are we doing things that are logical? Or are we just making laws because, hey, 18 sounds good, 18 is more mature than 16. But you know what, kid? Sorry, you can't have a motorbike. You know what? Buy a Honda gas-operated thing. You go all the time. You won't be tired. You don't have to pedal or anything else. So what are we really accomplishing? Are we going to really encourage people to go ahead and buy that type of equipment now? I can't tell you that it's going to happen, but it very well could happen, and we could be actually starting a whole new fad, which we can't regulate because they're motor vehicles with licenses tagged. So it's something to consider one way or the other.
But the difference is a license.
No.
Sorry, excuse me?
You don't need a motorcycle endorsement, but you still need a license.
Yeah.
Right, you still need a driver's license,
Yeah.
correct? So there's still some level of training and understanding of how to work the roads. As opposed to a bicycle, you don't need
Yeah,
that.
but the point being is,
Well,
at
that's
six-
the difference.
At 16, you can have a license.
But you have to take a course and take a class and a test, no?
Why do we restrict age?
No, I understand. I understand that part, but the difference is, one, you have to have a license. You have to go to a class, you have to learn the rules of the road. On a bicycle, you don't need any of that.
Okay, Chad, is it?
Listen, I'm just
You know, it's Frank's turn to ask a question.
That's all.
Ed, you done?
I mean, that's the difference.
Frank?
Introducing logic. That's what I'm
Sorry. It'll never happen again.
I've got a sort of an on the one hand, on the other hand ambivalence about this one. And I start with, I'm interested in alternative forms of transit. The gentleman from Miami Beach speaks truth when he observes that traffic conditions are horrible everywhere. And the value of offering different forms of mobility to try to ameliorate a really debased condition throughout urbanized South Florida has laudable value to me. But on the other hand, transit policy that may be laudable anywhere or everywhere or anywhere may not be laudable here. And I think about our physical condition and the condition of our roads as not being terribly susceptible to multimodal transportation. So if micromobility as a policy translates in other places, what figures largely in my mind, and I see a point of logic in this because of the then and now. The condition that existed when these devices were pervasive in the community was really bad. And apart from the accident, plural, that occurred, the experience of being out on the streets when these things were prevalent was actually frightening. And I think that sort of balancing all of this, the idea that these devices are going to improve our local traffic conditions number one, or number two, are going to facilitate easier mobility throughout the community, I don't think is really true here. So the idea that it's a travesty to deprive users of just another form, an equivalent form of an acceptable mode of transportation that's very well accepted and very common, doesn't quite add up to me right now. And given the rawness of the experience of a year ago, I don't see a driving force, as much as I appreciate our state representatives' assiduousness in fighting for this and giving us this opportunity. As I sit here right now and think about all these pros and cons, I don't think that's a sufficiently important reason to support this, at least now.
One last question, Chief. If someone is, and this is a discretionary question, you may not have to answer it. If there's a 65 or 70-year-old person riding an e-bike around the neighborhood and you see them, what are you going to do?
Right now,
Right now.
they're subject to the ban.
Okay.
They'll get stopped and subject to a fine.
So your police officers would stop that 65-year-old person?
I can't speak.
I'm
with-
just-
like you said, it's a discretionary
Yeah,
question.
yeah, you can't, yeah.
I can tell you that our direction is, it's illegal.
It's illegal, right. So that I have a problem with fundamentally. And I think that's where it is as well. And because I think people that can't ride a regular bike should be able to ride a bike. And if it's a pedal assisted bike, I think that they should be able to do that. And maybe we should raise the age bracket to a senior, to someone who's a senior. I mean, if we're talking about 18, why can't we raise it to 65 or 60?
Because then Ed would have to agree with Dr. Simon. That can't happen.
Well, I mean, it's a question, guys, right?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, over a year ago, this community went through a jarring tragedy resulting from death of Megan and that poor boy too that eventually ended up affecting him as well. I think it's, and I remember the night before when we were trying to, I had a sense something was going to happen, and I requested at that point, let's stop talking about details, let's stop talking about regulations. This is a clear and present danger in our community, whether we like it or not, whether we can find a regulation here, regulation there. This community is not prepared, and it does not have the infrastructure to handle this type of different modal approaches, micromobility, however we want to call it. So I'm just not prepared. I think we can talk about this thing to death, whether it's going to be an 18-year-old or a 65-year-old, whoever rides this thing. At the end of the day, all it takes is one accident and one more of our residents to get killed. And I'm not going to go through that again. So I really appreciate all the work that you guys have done. This has nothing to do with the work that you're doing. You're doing a fantastic job, but I cannot. I just cannot. I totally oppose this, and I opposed it from the beginning. These are dangerous, very dangerous and lethal. What do you call it? Yeah, and I just don't want anybody else to get hurt. Thank you.
So one thing that emerged from this conversation, surprisingly to me, is the notion that there may be a virtue in allowing seniors to ride these devices, but not kids. What about that?
Where do you
define kids?
Define
19?
You define kids, I suppose, most effectively for this purpose by defining seniors. And anyone who's not a senior can't ride it.
A senior in high school?
No. A senior, someone in Ed's age bracket, or approximately.
Not mine.
That's not senior, that's agent. I don't know whether.
I think the Ask Club says 50 plus.
I think that's right.
I'm too old for the Ask Club.
I don't know people who fit this bill, but the idea that folks who would want to ride a bike but can't would be able to by having a pedal assist.
Yeah.
Makes some sense.
Ed, why'd you buy a pedal assist bike? Why'd you buy one?
I'm old.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not being
No, the bridge-
facetious.
the bridge got tough.
Yeah,
That's all.
right. And I think, so, but are we limiting people who are disabled or saying that they can't?
That's a different,
We actually provide for that.
Yeah, we did, yeah.
But one thing that I cannot escape is the experience of having many of these things on the road with runners, with regular bikes, with golf carts, with cars, really didn't work.
No, it did not.
It doesn't work.
Oh, there's little kids on the
It
stuff.
did not.
We're not adept.
You had 10-year-olds
to handle all
driving
these
28 miles an hour.
modes of
Yeah.
transportation.
That's not what this is.
Yeah, all the kids.
The 10 to 14
Crazy.
is definitely an area you can't
Only
even,
that, higher speeds, much higher speeds.
yeah, yeah.
And throttles.
So you think we just.
Motion, let me suggest something, let me suggest something. This is for first reading. Let's agree to go to second reading so that we have more time to, have further input, come up with, maybe there's a way to deal with some of these things. I think it's important that we've set some ground rules that have said definitely not on the sidewalks. The age is definitely an inducement that we have people that will be responsible. And it won't be the same
Definitely.
20 or 30 kids
Definitely
on the
class one.
Supermax 73s that was the real problem.
Definitely only class one.
Definitely class one.
Maybe not scooters.
Easily for the police to spot them and to be able to give a citation. All these things are positive. Maybe it's not positive enough and we decide not to go forward, but let's take it to second reading and let's get some more input. Let's think about it a little bit more.
I got a question.
Yeah, I do too.
Can we do the same thing with golf carts that we do with these motorized bikes and say, fine, they have to be inspected? You know, so that basically. Registered and inspected so that you know it's a class one
We
bike.
couldn't do that before. Can we do it now?
Not allowed to.
No.
We're not allowed to, okay.
Because that's like a DMV function. That's.
We're not
not
allowed
allowed
to do it.
to.
Now, what we can do under the new law is provide training if we wanted to do that. That's not something we've articulated here. It's not a requirement either, but we are afforded that option to train.
So maybe not a registration, but can we offer some type of endorsement that comes after training? If somebody wants to purchase one of these devices, they attend a training and they receive some type of endorsement or sticker that goes on their device that allows.
I mean, the law reads, the local government may provide training on the safe operation of the scooters and devices and compliance with traffic laws of the state that apply.
Is there any output from that training? Like, do you capture the resident's name and phone number? And is there a capture of that information?
I mean, again.
What does that do? It puts somebody through some formal training that maybe gets
I'm just saying, with
people
the
to
name and
operate more
everything.
safely. Oh, well, we know who,
Right, they have a license. I mean, they have ID.
we have a license, we know they've taken the training.
Before we even get to your suggestion, Mr. Mayor, I would move that we amend
The sunset?
with the sunset
I-
provision in
I-
place
I would-
of
I would
the,
second your amendment to that.
You had mentioned, Chief, something about timeframe.
Hold it.
Oh, sorry.
Hold it. We're talking about the amendment right now that was proposed by the councilwoman. Any issues, Mr. Attorney?
No, so the amendment would be to modify section 6 to be a one-year sunset?
Yeah.
Is that right?
That's fine.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
There's no
With a
problem.
review by the manager,
No, it's gonna be it's gonna sunset 1 year from now.
sunset in 1 year.
Yeah, very good. Okay. Unless we.
Unless we end it sooner.
Agree on-
Yes, we are.
Exactly. Okay, is everybody clear on the amendment?
Yes.
Okay, let's vote on the amendment.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. No. Okay,
Opposed?
now,
Motion carries.
the whole ordinance before us now. Any other comments or?
To keep it alive for second reading, what do you think about setting the age at age 50?
I'll ask club members.
Why not 21? Or 23 and a half.
First of all, to
Isn't that a
minimize-
slippery
toss a
slope
coin?
here? I mean, what's the
I mean,
difference between
seriously.
50 and 35?
I think you're
But-
focusing
No,
on
but
people
one
that
of
may
the,
be
one of the
required.
purposes arguably is to simply limit the number of these things.
Okay. Most of the people previously were young kids driving them. The things that really cause us problems, the 10 and 14-year-olds, the 73s, and all this other stuff. It wasn't the 25-year-olds.
I don't think it was 10 to 14-year-olds singularly. It was
I agree.
it was Mad Max Thunderdome of unspecific ages.
I think it really was that age group.
It wasn't just the age group, it was the device too.
Anyway.
Okay, so
Is there a second
we have
for the
a
motion?
consensus that, you know, let's think about it in between second reading and
Fine.
bring it back. And if anybody has a great idea as
Mayor,
to
could we
how
ask
to
the-
better regulate,
Can we ask the Ask Club for input? Why not? Why don't we ask the Ask Club for input?
yeah, absolutely.
If I would hear something substantive like, I mean, defining, like I said before, I think it's a question of us being adept to have these types of modes of transportation combining with the public, and I just don't see that. And I think that we're talking around in circles. Again, we spend, I don't know how many years talking about this stuff until somebody died. as a result.
But the big
So
difference.
I just think that as far as I'm concerned, I hate to say this, but the matter is over. I don't want to see them on the streets. I just don't want them. I don't want to inch into, coming into a second reading of something that I firmly believe that I just don't want to see it. I just think they should just be banned and not allowed. That's all. I mean,
You're
like me or not for it.
your
that's-
your input is taken there.
If you didn't like
That's
these,
it.
what would you say?
What? I'm just not, so you get a no from me. And then I don't see it.
Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Count this on the ordinance 9C. Councilmember Stoner.
As amended.
Yes, as amended.
No, it's not as amended yet, right?
Yeah, we amended it.
Said by the 1 year.
So you
sunset.
guys
For the
passed
sunset.
the amendment already, so it's as amended.
Yes.
As amended.
Are you calling on me?
Yeah.
No.
Thank you. Councilmember Vasquez.
No.
Mayor Roscoe.
Yes.
Councilmember Bracken.
No.
Councilmember Kaplan.
No.
Councilmember London.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sardinius.
Yes.
The ordinance fails on first reading.
Okay.
The next item. Excuse me.
Let's do the 10A.
The next item is a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, amending the maximum rate for the stormwater utility fee relating to the stormwater management system, providing for authority, purpose, and definitions, confirming the initial rate resolution, providing for equalization, filing, and lien on properties to be assessed, providing for effective adoption of final assessment resolution, providing for filing, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Move.
Moving second. The items before us. Mr. CFO.
Good evening. So, yeah, I would like to reiterate again that this is the hearing date to set the maximum.
Get closer to the microphone.
To set the
please.
maximum rate for the stormwater. This does not raise the stormwater rates. This only sets a maximum amount to demonstrate to Florida Department of Environmental Protection.
Say that again. Say
This
that
does
again.
not-
'Cause people just don't believe us.
This does not increase the stormwater rates.
It doesn't. Oh, my God.
This only sets a maximum, and the reason we're setting a maximum is to demonstrate to FDEP, as part of their Clean Water State Revolving Fund loan program, which is a cheaper interest rate loan program with favorable payment terms, that we have the capacity to be able to increase our stormwater rates, to be able to pay back what's going to be a total ask of $60 million, but at what this time has only been a $20 million loan amount. That's the maximum they'll allow each year. So I want to reiterate, this does not increase the stormwater fees. It just sets the maximum rates.
Okay. Questions?
Yes.
This item also requires this public hearing.
Okay, no problem.
Public hearing or no? Me first?
You first?
Yep. Ben, this is to have debt coverage for a $60 million loan.
Correct.
Which obviously proposed things about that, our initial, let's call it the ACOM plan, obviously. I don't think we're gonna need it. What would it be called for the $20 million? In other words, with the $20 million, we should be able to handle Zone 1 on a revised plan, plus the Garden District. So I would say fine, have the maximum rates, but not higher than 20 million, because we're encouraging 60 million to sooner or later and try and push through something we don't need and something we can't afford. And basically, I'd like to amend the thing so it could be no more than the 20 million, whatever the rate would be required for the debt coverage of 20 million.
So we're not encouraging 60 million, and in fact, if the total project costs only 20 million, it's a line of credit and we'll only borrow
I
$20 million,
understand that, but
so it's not.
When it's there, management will find a way of using it, okay? So, we know what government does. Give them the money, they spend it, and all due respect.
So I'd like to reply with all due respect, that's not what this administration has done. If you liken this to the GO bond, where we got $100 million of approval and nothing's been borrowed because there's been no need at this
So we
time.
spent $8,020,000 so far for ACOM and they're at 5.7, 2 point, when Black and Veatch, nothing against you, Mike. These are the guys who are gonna be our big dig coordinators, but we didn't do any digging, we did everything else. But we spent 2.3 million with them so far, but that's fine too. So we do spend money like a drunken sailor sometime. And that's what I'm against completely at this point. So I don't want to have any more capacity than is necessary. And we don't need $60 million capacity when 20 million at this point in time. Should be more than that. Now, we can always go back for more, we can always change it, but why increase the number today?
As a point of clarification, the $60 million loan is for a particular project. We wouldn't be able to use that loan for anything that we didn't apply for. So we have to go through a particular process to be approved for that.
We applied this for Zone 1.
Correct.
This is for Zone 1.
Correct.
I don't want to do it for Zone 1. I don't
I
want to
understand.
encourage, listen, the idea is make sure I'm off the damn thing and get it through and spend $100 million. We know what the ultimate goal is.
I would disagree with that goal.
That's fine.
I just, on just pure finances, on the alternative, if Zone 1 does go through and we forego this opportunity, that means borrowing at higher rates and less favorable payment terms. So I just want to leave all options available
understand.
so that if we do go through, we have the best financing tool available.
But at this point, if tonight we want to spend more money with ACOM, then my next goal, and not only me, but we will have a referendum in the village. And if the village of people Key Biscayne want to vote to go ahead and do this, then that's fine, I'm done. But if they don't, then there's no Zone 1, there's no ACOM deal, that's it.
Would you say that what's before us right this minute is a decision to have this flexibility to be able to demonstrate the ability to service debt at favorable rates at a time when the determination has not yet been made and will not be made tonight as to how much this project is going to cost?
That's correct, and the item before you tonight doesn't even borrow the first dollar. That agreement would have to come back to council at a later date where we have the exact payment terms and the exact amount of dollars that are being borrowed. This just opens the opportunity to do so.
Is there a time limit on the opportunity, Benjamin, to spend the money?
So the actual, to spend the money?
Yeah, if we chose to move forward, and is there a time limit when that $20 million has to be spent?
So the $20 million is essentially our maximum that we can draw down on every year. So if we only spend 15, then we get reimbursed for 15 million, and we have 5 left over in that year that we could have used, but if we don't use it, we don't use it. There's a 3-year timeline to spend the money, but I think they're not super rigid about, holding you to that.
Colleen, let me rephrase the question. If we go and we decide not to proceed with the current design, and we go out and we request and we'll go through a new design criteria, that's most likely going to take a year. Okay, so then we have 2 years left on that window. Is that what you're indicating?
Yeah, we,
No, a different project will not be funded. by
Yeah.
this.
yeah, we'd have to start over.
You'd
No,
have to,
but this is, we're redesigning Zone 1. Why would that be, have to be, if we decided to redesign Zone 1, we're still working on Zone
It
1.
would have to be something in the nature of a pumped system, and
Yeah.
it's similar to its current design. Doesn't have to be exactly, we could downsize it.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. what the application includes is an environmental analysis, historic analysis, natural resources. So if you change any of the elements of the design that would impact the environment, like doing wells instead of outfalls, then it would be a completely different type of project.
So if we decided not to move forward with Zone 1, this loan is not useful.
We would essentially forfeit the loan, and that doesn't, it's not necessarily like they put a black mark on us or anything. It's just we would have to then create a completely new plan, go through the process of getting it approved again, and then going to see if they have the money for us.
So
I think it's also important to say, this is exactly what we told the council and the community we were gonna do 2 years ago. And we've done exactly what we said we were gonna do, and we were gonna put ourselves in a financial position to be able to move forward when and if the council chose to go forward.
Correct. I'm just clarifying that, Steve, I'm not throwing rocks. I'm just trying,
No, I just
trying
wanna
to
make sure,
understand.
this is nothing new. This has
Yeah.
been a long process that, Benjamin and Colleen have gone through. I think we let you know last week, we ranked number 5 in this state.
Right.
That's, well, it's not unheard of,
Is it-
because 4 people ranked higher than us. But it's pretty impressive. Again, very clearly, this is just setting the conditions of a line of credit. It does not commit a single dime. When the time is right, and if the council chooses to move forward, we're ready to do it.
And we cannot also use this for the override on the Garden District, correct?
Correct. That would be a completely different project. The SRF program is another financing tool for that project, but that wouldn't be what this loan would be for.
Is it fair to say that these grants, again, are based on the merit of the design, I mean, on the functionality and the improvements and the benefits that it will provide to the community?
You're asking if the ranking that we received was based off
Yes,
of
the
that?
ranking, yes. What's it based on?
There are several criteria. It has to do with the type of project and whether
Right.
you're achieving, it's very broad, though. It's not like they're going into the design and saying you're a slightly better design or you're doing a little bit more
But
than
it
this
must be
community.
ranked on something. It must be
It
ranked on
is.
technical.
So if we're readiness to proceed is ranked, if you have everything ready, if your permits are ready, all
Right.
that gets ranked. You're ranked based off of if you are like a wastewater project, that gets ranked differently. If you're a drinking water project, if you're dealing with wetlands, it gets ranked differently. So the program has different priorities based off the type of project.
Right.
We got, I think, 450 points, and we ranked 5th out
No,
of
that's great.
16.
Congratulations
But I
on
think
that,
your
but
question
what
is-
my question is on the criteria that you're setting.
They don't.
Is it based on, they just, I mean, so if you have a current design and then
Yeah.
you go into something that is subpar because you want to save some money, can you come back and say, okay, we had this great design and then we decided to go with something just subpar because we just don't want to,
Yes, because the intent of the program isn't to prohibit communities from making improvements if they can only afford or only want to afford a particular level.
Right.
This is a loan, not a grant. So I think that's where they're really just interested in loaning money that they can get back. And if it's an improvement on the existing system and it gets permitted legally and everyone's okay with it, then they're willing to fund it. And they look at your credit rating and your willingness or ability to pay, which is in part what this ordinance is doing, is giving us the ability to pay.
And so to follow on that is, obviously what we've been told to this point is if we choose to value engineer, if we choose to make some modifications, that will
Yeah,
work.
value engineering
Now-
is one thing.
Now, if,
Designing to.
to change dramatically, we haven't asked that question, but if the council chooses to go in that direction, of course, we're gonna pursue it as aggressively as we can. But I can't answer that question because they haven't given us that answer.
Right, but if you have, okay, so, but you have to meet some environmental criteria, you have to meet.
Has to be
what I'm saying is
permittable,
that
yeah.
If we go in a direction of doing something that is,
Okay,
sorry, I just want to finish.
no, we're not on that right now. We will be on that pretty soon.
Okay, I'll
Okay.
wait.
All right, on 10A,
Public hearing.
further discussion?
I was just reminding the public hearing.
Oh, public hearing is open on 10A. Seeing no one come forward on 10A, public hearing is now closed.
Thank you.
Let's go, Madam Clerk.
On 10A, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay.
9B.
Remarkably, it's still early. We finished
I was going back
Really
to
relative.
9B.
9B. Okay.
Tens are gonna take a long time.
A capital project authorizing ordinance of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, approving the purchase of Motorola police radios, APX dispatch, consolettes, and related services from Motorola Solutions, Inc. in an amount not to exceed $556,051.92, providing for authorization, providing for implementation, and providing for an effective date.
Moved. Second.
Thank you.
Chief?
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. We stand before you tonight requesting authorization to purchase police radios and 2 consulates for our dispatch center. Our current Harris radios were discontinued in 2021. They're starting to fail and replacement parts are becoming more difficult. Additionally, Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office, who is our 911 Regional Communication Center, has transported to the Motorola platform. The majority of the agencies in Dade County have already transitioned, including our neighboring agencies, City of Miami, Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office, and several other agencies. So we're standing before you tonight asking for authorization to purchase these radios. The technology is tremendously improved. There's GPS devices in each radio, which offers an additional officer safety feature. The execution of this contract includes the warranty for 7 years. So if a radio does fail or break down within that 7-year time frame, it's replaced at no cost. Anything that has to be fixed, if there is damage or anything to the radio, it's replaced. And it includes the subscription services for all 7 years. So it's the total cost all in for 7 years.
Chief, I recall that there was also grant funding.
Yeah, so we did go and attempt through our appropriations this year in Tallahassee to get funding through the state. It did make it through the House and the floor, but it was unfortunately vetoed at the last second. We're coming before you today because due to some salary savings in our police fiscal year budget, we'd be able to utilize some of those funds to purchase half of that amount now, and then we have a request for a proposed CIP budget next year to pay for the remainder.
So if we approve this today, it's still contingent upon no, about the budget, about you having the money in the next year's budget.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Right.
Yes, ma'am.
So you'd be authorized to buy them, but you may not have the money.
Well, we'd be authorized to buy half
Okay, okay.
because the money we have can buy half of our radios now.
Okay,
But also, this is an ordinance, right, so it's gonna come back for second reading. When are we anticipating it coming back for second reading? If it were to pass?
We will probably combine it with the September 30th budget hearing.
Okay. So
We
the
have to-
answer
we
is
have to execute the 278 this
they
year.
are trying to fund this in this year's budget.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Anything else? No? Take the vote?
Vice Mayor Sardinius?
Yes.
Councilmember Stoner?
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Roscoe, stop.
You whistled from there.
Sorry. Councilmember Bracken?
Yes.
Councilmember Kaplan?
Yes.
Councilmember London?
Yes.
Unanimous is approved on first reading. The next item is an ordinance of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, amending Section 2-10 Advisory Boards of Chapter 2 of the Village Code of Ordinances relating to advisory board administration and board member requirements, providing for severability, providing for codification, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
I think
Sorry to
Madam
interrupt.
Clerk,
This was
deferred.
part of the list of the deferments,
deferred.
which we ended up deferring, so 9D has been deferred.
9D was deferred.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you in the middle of your,
No. 9D was deferred, right?
10C.
9D was deferred, yeah.
We're going to go to 10D to 10C.
10B.
10B.
A capital project authorizing resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, authorizing the village manager to issue a work order to the Stout Group LLC for roadway milling and paving in an amount not to exceed $492,850 and providing for an effective date.
So moved. Second.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Chris Miranda, Public Works Director. This is for an authorization to issue the work order for repaving project with the Stout Group, who received a contract from us in the last council meeting. This is going to incorporate paving the lower end, south end of the island, paving streets such as Cape Florida, Knollwood, Island Drive, and Mariner Drive. These streets were recognized on our PCI pavement. Excuse me, I'm having a hard time this evening. Pavement Condition Index.
There we go.
As being in poor condition. So these were the first streets that were selected to be repaved. And this contract would issue Stout Group the work order to go ahead and commence that project.
Discussion on the item? Just on the repaving, can you just clarify the scope of the work that's going to be included in that repaving?
This is a milling and repaving project. We're going to mill out 1 inch of asphalt and repave with 1 inch in areas where we need to establish a crown of road. We will reestablish a crown of road. If there are any dips in the road, they're going to be filled in and it's going to be leveled out. So there will be a leveling course prior to the 1 inch final surface.
Okay. Mayor, do you have any questions?
Good.
All right, take roll call.
Is it a resolution or an ordinance?
It's
10B.
It's a resolution.
It's a resolution.
It's a resolution, so it doesn't, a roll call is not, it's
all
up
in
to you.
favor.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. The next item is a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, authorizing the village manager to issue a work order to BCC Engineering LLC for professional engineering services relating to the street lighting conversion and transfer project in an amount not to exceed $316,835.30 and providing for an effective date.
Move.
Second.
Is this one of the time-sensitive ones?
Yes.
It was included in the list of the time-sensitive
Yes.
ones.
This one.
It's current year funding.
This was the time sensitive one.
Discussion?
All those in, is there a discussion?
You got a question?
I did have a question. I got several calls about this, that we're transferring ownership of some of the community assets, and it was very confusing to me. And I know, Chris, we spent some time with this, and I know I told you I would support this in our initial meeting, but I do find this very complicated, and I'm not sure that this, Nancy, I don't know, I just find this one that maybe we should, if we defer this, what would happen if we had to discuss this at another time? What would we lose, Chris, if we stopped and did this, had a workshop on this or discussed it in greater level of detail?
Well, if you defer it now, the funding would be, we wouldn't lose it, it would be rolled over.
We'd have to rebudget.
We would have to rebudget for it into next year's budget.
Doesn't mean anything.
Pardon me?
It is,
I thought we would lose funding.
Funding for where?
No, we'd have to rebudget, we would rebudget, it's in this current year's funding.
Okay, so this is money that we have in the budget, but we don't have to spend it at this particular moment in time. It's not,
I thought we were gonna lose
Well,
funding.
we'd have to
That's why it's
rebudget, we'd have to rebudget it, which means we'd have to reoffer it.
okay, we reauthorize.
Nobody's paying for our money.
Time sensitive because it was in this year.
Would it help if we were to summarize now the turnover that prompted your question?
Yeah.
so it is a complicated project, and that's in part why we reached out to BCC.
Right.
Take this over. They do have a sub-consultant that specialized in this, and that's in part why we selected them. The village currently has different ownership of streetlights, and we're trying to bring all that ownership under one umbrella, which is FPL. FPL are the specialists in maintaining and owning streetlights. Currently, there are streetlights that are owned by FPL and maintained by FPL. There are streetlights that are owned by us and maintained by FPL. So, and there are also streetlights that are owned by us and we maintain. There are also streetlights that are under a special taxing district. So we're trying to bring everything under one umbrella, turn it over to FPL, who has a program in place for receiving this and taking over the ownership and the maintenance program. In the long run, it takes us out of that maintenance program, which is quite expensive for us since we have to contract out that service with an electrician to get that job done. A lot of times, they're not equipped to handle the needs. Finding the lights and the fixtures is harder for them than it is for FPL.
What is your level of discomfort? I'm not sure.
Joe, I think what's my concern is that I don't really, so when we had this conversation, I was concerned about the long-term cost structure of this. So I wasn't clear on how this was going to be paid for. So we're going to turn this over to FPL, and then they're going to charge us a fee to do this on a yearly basis, correct?
But there's
But wait. But
That's the
this
next
is about telling us where the deficits are in the street lighting project and identifying.
That is also one of the components on this also, yes.
Okay, because that's what I'm interested in.
Yeah, I know Nancy's very interested in the safety aspect of this, and I'm not discouraging that we don't do that. I'm just trying to understand the long-term financial and
But we're not,
We don't know that till we get there.
yeah, we're not making a decision to go forward with the project, as I understand
Oh,
it.
we'll go- we are.
We're making, we're going forward with all the
assessment.
studies that are required in order to do
If
that.
I could walk through about the 5 steps, Chris said it, but I think maybe I can help clarify. It's the first one is clearly a photometric survey of our village to determine where we have missing streetlights, identifying those locations and the number of streetlights. Let's assume it's 150, for whatever. We currently have 173 streetlights that we own. We will do a condition status of each one of them. FPL will confirm that. Do we need to repair it? Do we not to repair it? Will they accept it? What is the value? That is part of the agreement. Next, we'll inventory the 291 streetlights that FPL has. We'll determine whether they meet our standard and whether we believe FPL needs to bring it up. That'll be part of it. What's the cost? Next step is, and this is a decision the council will have to make, this is not something we have to go forward with, we will identify all the lights inside of our 4 special taxing districts. Again, do the same thing, status, quality, do we want to transfer it? We do have to make a decision as to whether we want to change the change of taxing process, which will be part of that process. In other words, right now, those special taxing districts are taxed directly for those lights. We can choose to bring it into general fund if we want, or we can leave them in those special taxing districts. That BCC and their company who does this for a living understands how to go through that process, because the special taxing district is at the county. They're the ones who manage it. FPL does the maintenance, so that'll be part of the process. Let's scroll down a wee bit here. So in the end, what we should get is combining our 173, FPL's 291, whatever is in the special taxing district, we'll have to figure those numbers, and any new lights that we identify based on the photometric study into a single agreement that would then transfer the ownership from us and the maintenance from us to FPL, and that agreement will be put in place, the cost will be identified, and then we will choose whether that is something we want to go into.
And in that transfer, there's a assessment of the value of what we're going to be transferring.
Every
correct?
single light, the FPL, yeah, we're gonna look, and we've already done that inventory, but they have to confirm that inventory, and you know they'll assess the value. And let's just say a value of a light is $100. They may say we'll give you $60 for that, right? And then we determine no, we believe it's 70. It's a negotiation. Now each pole is actually negotiated, and then they set a value of that pole, and then we will sell them our poles. Of the 179, we will actually sell them those poles.
Steve, at the end of that time period, we'll know all this information, and then we'll be able to make a decision, do we want to sell these poles to them or not? And then
Right.
we'll know roughly the cost for maintaining that they will charge us.
We
to
won't know
maintain.
roughly. We will know exactly the
Okay,
cost.
perfect. Then
Yeah.
that's fine.
They will
I'm
tell
good.
us,
I'm good.
your
That's-
poles are worth
Yeah.
this much money.
I'm fine. Thank
And
you.
that would discount our service going forward.
Okay.
I'm
And let me,
clarity, thank you.
For clarification purposes, the county owns the lights on Crandon, so that's a different problem.
Yes.
Different issue that we're gonna tackle. That it's not included. All the lights that are on Crandon Park are also part of the county, and they have horrible service, and we are on them all the time, but they take a long time to fix it. So just as clarification that's a separate thing that we gotta work on. Okay.
Today, what you explained to me earlier was the same thing now. Sounded good, and again, somebody else told me later after I left you guys today that actually you don't need this BCC to do this, that this is some service that FP&L will provide for us free of charge. What do you know about that?
They won't do it free of
They-
charge.
Yeah, they won't do it free of charge, and they don't do all the initial steps that BCC is doing. They do have a program where once we bring them this information, they will give us the cost that they're willing to pay for these lights.
So you basically, if you tell them you need streetlights here, say, listen, this is a dark area, put streetlights, they'll say, no, we won't put the streetlights. You're gonna tell us what kind of streetlights to put there? Or they'll decide what kind of streetlights to put there?
They'll decide, yeah. Well, it'll be in combination. We would ask them,
And my point being is that you talk about doing a photometric survey.
Right.
Why would you have to do that if you would say, hey, we're in a dark spot here, or whatever, and they'll tell you need streetlights there, or they won't do that. That's what I'm asking. 'Cause I was told today, they do all this stuff
FPL does
afterwards.
do photometric studies. Yes, they do.
So
But
why
that
pay
is-
for somebody else to do it?
That is just one component of the greater project.
I understand. But all I'm saying is that, have we explored having them do this without going to BCC and having them come back? You have the inventory of all these things and saying, this is what they'll charge us to do this. That's all. That's not my question. Or we're just gonna go to BCC and say, hey, they'll do it, we won't get involved. That's where I'm coming from.
I have not called FPL
Well, that's
to
what I'm
ask
saying.
them for a cost.
Before we go ahead and give it to somebody
this.
else, find out what they're willing to do. Is that reasonable?
You've talked to FPL?
That's my position. After I met with you guys, this is later, so we told me today.
You've
They'll
not
do-
talked to FPL, but are you
They'll do-
decided that they don't do the entire scope that you've
They
just?
don't do the entire scope. They
Right.
do photometric studies, and they will make a recommendation of what lights or how many lights and what type of coverage of lights that they would install.
Yes.
So what don't they do?
They
We
won't.
need-
What's the associated cost?
They won't look. They won't do an evaluation of our current lights. You know, we have to do a complete inventory. We have to present them with the inventory. We have to evaluate their lights. Obviously, this is a broker deal. We got to determine whether we want to buy theirs. They want to buy ours. They definitely will not look in the special taxing district and determine whether that's a transferable action.
Once they gave us their determination, would we predictably need a consultant to validate their determination? To vet their numbers?
The photometric study or the other?
No,
part of it?
the economics. In other words, if we get quotes, per pole quotes, and maintenance quotes from FP&L, how would we assess the validity, the reliability, the economics?
I mean, in the end, FPL holds the cards. That's why we need to have the more information up front. In order.
So we would presumably consult with a consultant.
Consult with a consultant.
We price out the poles ourselves, we don't get consultant.
Okay. But we have experienced that, what we have experienced here so far is that it is expensive for us to continue to maintain these fixtures because we are not in the field of lights, street light maintenance. So we have to contract that out as it is right now.
Chris, what kind of numbers are we talking about? Is this hundreds of thousands of dollars or $50,000? I mean, when you say it's expensive,
It varies on the issues that we're having.
on an annualized
I'd
basis.
have to go back and separate the cost out on streetlights only because we pull that from my electrical services contracts. So I'd have to tell you based on that alone. But,
I mean, I'm not trying to get in the weeds, but I am. And that's probably what we shouldn't be doing. But it just seems like we use that. It's costing a lot of money. I'm asking for $38,000 to get a study done, and I'm being basically shut down on that. So I'm trying to understand relatively what kind of money we're talking about here.
I don't have an exact figure, and I could tell you probably ballpark. Last year we spent over $60,000 in electrical services, but I can't tell you that it's 100% for this only. But that was through my electrical services contracts.
So are your electrical services contractors who service our lights that are broken?
The ones that we own and we maintain. If we maintain it, we service it, yes.
Because we don't have the equipment to do it. We don't have the
In-house, we do not. I
capacity.
don't have an electrician, certified licensed electrician to touch that, and I would not put somebody,
What do we usually
right,
change a bulb?
or,
Right, a cherry.
I'm sorry?
What's the major process? Changing a bulb?
No, actually, it's beyond the bulbs. The bulbs, we could probably get. It's the entire fixture winds up needing complete replacement because the electrical is corroded and the components inside become
So we're
corroded.
not buying stuff that is weatherproof or,
We're buying stuff that's weatherproof, but this is a very harsh environment with all of our equipment.
so how long does it last of a fixture?
Hard to say, but probably lasting 10 to 12 years.
So it's not something replacing every day?
No.
Okay.
I'm good with all this in general. My only comment is that we wait for Dade County to come and fix things. We wait forever. We're low on the list of priorities. I understand there's a big county out there, but Crandon Boulevard is dark. I complain about it every day. Are we going to be in that same position with FPL that sometime they're going to get around to coming and fixing our lights?
That's my concern too.
FPL is extremely responsive typically with all of their services. Streetlights, they're pretty quick to come out on. My past experience, they have come out within a couple days to fix lights.
Okay, well, that's
Much,
good. That's good. Okay.
This is a
Very
different
quick.
business unit than electrical. This is a different business.
Right.
unit.
yes,
Okay.
yes, and it's a
Okay.
separate
Simple.
group altogether.
On 10C, any other questions, comments?
Well, my question is that, shouldn't we talk to FPL first before we go ahead and spend $300,000 with the consultant, that's all? Defer to the next meeting. And by that time, come back with information from FPL.
There's a motion to defer. Is second?
Second.
Second, okay. All those in favor of deferring the item?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
All right, let's go to 10F.
The resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, authorizing the village manager to issue a work order to AECom Technical Services, Inc. for additional baseline stormwater modeling for the K-8 School Zone 1 Stormwater Drainage Improvements Project in amount not to exceed $38,376 and providing for an effective date.
Move. Second.
Councilman Brackett.
Yes, I feel strongly that we should do this. I know I've got some reluctance on some from my council members, but this is going to give us the baseline information to tell us exactly how much more water is going to be put on the street in the event that we use the minimum requirements to do the work. Okay, and I think it's something that we need the data point.
Can you explain what you mean minimal, the minimal
Okay,
data
so
point?
we asked the AECom to come back with what they would be the minimum code requirements to permit this project, okay? And that means that we would take the coverage, the lot coverage, and go from 100% to 25%. We would use a 5-year storm. We would do it at 2050 timeframe. and we would use the medium curve.
Those are the minimum requirements for a
minimum
permit.
requirements, right.
Okay.
So now we're using, now the design criteria is different than that, okay? So this conversation has been going back and forth for a long time, okay? And this is what I consider a very reasonable amount of money to get this information. I know that some of my council members do not want to use AECOM for the service because think that they have a vested interest in I'm assuming that they're professional engineers and they're gonna give us the real numbers. So I'm okay with moving this. I would request that we move forward with this, and that's what I'm asking for.
I have a.
And you're doing this to identify a baseline.
Correct.
But I do, and I think we go back to, and I think this is for the benefit of council, because we did talk ad nauseum on this stuff, and thank you for bringing this item up. And I don't know to the extent the council is completely aware of it, but I think that we, to establish the minimum baseline, and I said this before, if we really are looking at, I think we're looking at savings, and I'm just going to put that there. There's other things that we should be looking at as well. But if we're looking at savings primarily to do that, I see this more as, again, kind of maybe an exercise in futility. And I don't mean to be critical on that and where you brought up, but I think that to create imaginary lines where the water is supposed to come from, we know that when the island floods, we flood everywhere. We don't flood with the water. The flood waters don't stop at 25 feet. They don't stop at 50 feet. They spread throughout the island. So if we're looking at the real factor and we're designing for something real, we should be taking into consideration everything. We should be not. The money is going to be saved through value engineering. It's not going to be saved through hypothetical or theoretical models. That is not necessarily the return and the cost that we want to have. The cost, the return on the value of the project that we gain is in the construction, in the logistics, in the materials, in the incentives to the contractor. That's where the real dollar savings are. If we get into engineering and start and work with what I call at this point are not fictitious numbers, they're to the best ability that these models can generate. It doesn't really move the needle. That's really what I'm trying to say. So if we really want to move the needle cost-wise, we should engage in a model that looks to the future, because we have that fiduciary responsibility to take into consideration a sound design that looks towards the future, that takes into consideration projections of sea level rise as we understand it, because sea level rise is not just linear, it's chaotic. It'll go up, it'll go down through time. So we should be looking at generating the best possible model that we can, and then work the savings through construction. And that's, I've said this before. So I appreciate bringing this up, but I just don't see, I've never in my career seen savings based on a model, unless obviously you're rechanging the entire design.
Mike, correct me if I'm wrong, though. I thought part of this was, if we find out the quantum of water for this isn't that much different than the quantum of water for what we currently have, and we determine that there's not that much of a difference, we might as well go for what we have. This gives us,
This gives you
this either
clarity.
legitimizes or delegitimizes where we are.
That's exactly
So-
the
so
idea.
this is not a lot of money to do that, and therefore have the public understand why we've made the decisions that we've made. So I think that's very important.
That's the intention.
Okay.
Help me understand something fundamental. The theoretical, I'll use the word manipulation of the modeling.
There's that too.
Intended to save money. That's what this is all about. Well, it gives me a moment's pause because, and I'll tell you why. We went through a lot of analysis over a pretty long period of time and came up with what we thought was a rational, but certainly thoughtful storm and flood model that we then built a design and developed a level of service standard around. And that's been the predicate for all of this work thus far. It gives me a moment's hesitation to simply theoretically change the modeling and causes me to wonder whether we risk, in furtherance of a cost-saving strategy, which is a laudable effort for sure, of blunting the effectiveness of what we had modeled on worse conditions. In other words, we're simply minimizing the bad effect theoretically to try to get to a better number.
And may I just add on that just briefly? Thank you very much for saying that. You said it perfectly. I think that to generate, what we're trying to do here is actually we're developing a digital twin of what we think it's going to take place in real life. But as you very well stated, models can be tweaked, and they don't necessarily represent the reality that we're facing. So and I don't want to sound repetitive, but to depend on a model that we know itself can be tweaked, we're only going to be they're only going to tell us what we want to hear, not necessarily what's going to happen, what's going to fall from the sky.
Frank, just to be clear, I don't mean argumentative, but we were tasked by the mayor to look at the data, okay, and find out what the data, where there was possible savings, okay. Without data, okay, we just have conversations about emotion, okay. And I am trying to take the emotion out of the conversation. I'm trying to say, okay, we have this data, these data points, and we have these other data points, okay. And somewhere between these data points, this is one side, this is the other side. And I'm just trying to get to the base, okay. And from that, we can be more informed. And what we might find out is that if we change this information, that really doesn't change the amount of water, okay? But without running that study, we won't know, okay? But you have that opinion, and I respect your professional opinion, but I was tasked by the mayor to try to do this. And I think for $38,000, considering we spent, I don't know, $7.5 million. This is so marginal. It doesn't really. But again, it is $38,000, and it's the taxpayers' money. I'm just.
Council member, if I may just add one quick thing, it's not necessarily that we're trying to get to the way it's being described. It's like we're trying to get to the numbers, and what I'm trying to say is that we're developing a nuance, or we're creating a nuance that is, in my opinion, my professional opinion. It is unnecessary because we do have already, they've applied enough input through extensive experience and applications countywide that justify it and provide the adequate credibility for these models to run. And we're sitting here putting a big question mark on that, not really understanding what that question mark is. Okay. And that's what but it's great to get a second opinion. But when you are working with a firm or any professional engineering firm that is applying consistent criteria that is applied countywide, and they're telling you repeatedly that that's what they're doing, what is it that we're trying to find out? I want to understand specifically what the question is.
I don't think other municipalities designed to the standards that we've designed.
Oh, yeah. No, the Miami Beach, I believe, designs.
Miami Beach isn't the only municipality that's designing for this.
Well, the county has created I think we should look at the county master plan. They're looking for a 10-year, 24-hour return on the storm. We're following the county criteria and their general stormwater master plan and resiliency and the curves applied by the regional compact. Is not that we're pulling data from the sky, no pun intended.
Key West pulled out of the regional compact.
Well, that's their problem. But
just
they live in a
saying,
very different environment that we do. Either way, they can choose that.
Fernando,
We're following the county criteria.
We interviewed 3 other engineering firms.
Yeah.
Okay. And they all had very different opinions about different curves and all the rest of the stuff. Okay. So, and we're going to bring that up for recommendation as well. And I just, I think if we get this information, we can also hand this information off to the other engineering firms as well and say, hey, but they all had very, very different ideas on how to resolve these problems. So, you don't have to support it. That's
Well,
fine. You know,
that's what I
it's
call
your-
the
it's your-
quintessential rabbit hole, because everybody's going to give you a different opinion. And at the end of the day, we find ourselves, we already spend, and I asked staff one time, modeling and remodeling, we spend almost $1 million in doing this stuff before.
I don't think there was that much.
Was it that, how much was it? I'm sorry. It was about that? It was about $1 million.
Not before, not when I got it.
I understand, but we can't, but what I'm saying is that we went through an extensive exercise to prove and reprove and bring back and reanalyze. And if you're talking about money, we've thrown a lot of money to modeling. And I just think we continue to kick the can. Now we're gonna get another opinion from somebody else that's gonna tell us that it's different, so know that somebody's gonna have a different opinion.
Do you have an opinion on this?
Is the position?
Is the difference?
Do
is
I
the
have an
difference
opinion?
in the curve?
As a geophysics major, yeah. Yeah, of course I do. Yeah.
Are governments differing on the curve?
Yes.
And is it because of cost?
There are different representations, like, look, I'm not an expert on this at all, okay? I'm just trying to get as much information as available, but I've been told that there's also a curve called the IBC curve, okay, for example. And that's one of the engineering curves that's also recommended. And FDOT has their own information as well, by the way, and they don't follow any of this stuff, okay? So there's a lot of information out there, Frank, okay? And as we digged into this, okay, especially when we excuse me, and especially as we started interviewing these different firms, we got a lot of different information, okay? So I was tasked to try to find out if there's cost savings out there. And I think by getting a data point, we will know that information. Now,
Talking about a baseline, right?
In a
Talking
nutshell.
about the minimal.
The reason that this is relevant is because we're changing the assumptions.
Correct.
That we built the entire model around for years.
Right, but these, we're trying to look at.
Chase dollars.
Well, we're not chasing dollars.
Come
We're
in
looking-
reality.
We're talking about.
Back to reality.
You're making
Model about
you're making an
reality.
assumption, Frank, when you.
I don't know that.
I think the biggest one that we're talking about is the capture rate of the water on the property, okay? We're assuming that 100% of the water coming off the property is going onto the street, okay? Now, we tell our think about all the things that are going on with that, okay? We design the houses, right, on the new building codes that they're responsible to keep the vast majority of their water on their property, right? We're taxing we're stormwater fees based on the permeability of water in your house, the delta difference, okay? So that's assuming that water is staying on your property, okay? And so, and then the new houses are being built to a code that says they have to keep all the water on their property, okay? So all this information, and then we're saying, by the way, that the Mackle houses in 2050 probably won't be here anymore, okay? So we're worried about flooding all those houses, okay? So if we took out the Mackles, okay, and said, yes, we assume that a certain amount of these Mackle houses are going to flood, okay, including mine, okay, that if we design under this different criteria, we are going to possibly have a different system, okay. But if we are designing into 2070, which is what our current design is, and we ratchet it back to 2050, we're going to get different design criteria, okay? And that's kind of what we were asked to do.
I appreciate the task.
Right.
This is not argumentative. This is a constructive, critical reaction. But the counter proposition to the absorption,
Yeah.
that it's a worthy question. We brought it up many times. It's a worthy question. What I think we've heard in response from the engineers is that the earth is a sodden sponge, and there's no percolation, or at least no meaningful percolation, and will be less and less and less over time.
Absolutely.
And on the point of what we're designing towards, I think we've come to the realization years ago on this, we're not designing for ourselves because we can sort of gut it out.
Right.
We're designing for 2 generations from now.
No, because, no, that's not the case, because what's going to happen without the Mackles, and if the sea level rise, the streets have to all come up, so none of the stuff doesn't make any sense at all.
Well, it all makes sense if we make it make sense. This is leadership, so we're.
No, there's
So-
economics, we have nothing to do with us. As value of properties go up, the MACLs go away, okay?
Well,
And as the new houses are built, they're built higher because of our zoning codes.
So where this goes, I appreciate the exercise, and it is responsive to the task. There's no question, and I'm not upset about that at all. What I'm concerned about, and I think this conversation somewhat illuminates the worry of, we can't do nothing.
Correct.
But we also can't do too little.
Right.
And if our solutions are driven by more convenient assumptions that aren't rooted in something empirically verifiable that we really can thoughtfully adopt and say, yes, this represents reality in 2050, 2060, 2070, I worry that we're going to miss the mark.
I mean, that's why we're gonna bring to the next one, if we don't agree to disagree on this one. The next one we're gonna bring up is an alternative, which you asked us to negotiate,
Yeah.
which we're at that point now where we're gonna recommend the firm, and then we're gonna go to negotiation, and that is gonna come back and bring in other
Yeah.
possible criteria.
Maybe methodology question and suggestion. If we have the discussion on GIT, it seems to me that their scope includes this scope.
It does and it doesn't, Frank, but we could push him in that direction. The challenge is that AECOM can run this very cost effectively, very quickly. Now, I appreciate the fact that Ed doesn't want to use AECOM. Okay, for sure, I got it.
Listen,
Yeah.
we have a salesman from AECOM here who's now a board member, council member.
I
He
really
sold
take
us on- he
exception
sold
to
us on a fine.
that
He sold us an
comment,
AECOM.
council member. I think
Still
it's out of
representing
line.
AECOM.
I think I take exception to that,
Right
and
here-
you should not be harpering on that because you know very well that's not the case.
You're
So
not
I
working
would
for
ask
them,
you to please
but everything you say
watch your
is
words on that.
basically
Refrain
pushing
from
them. All right.
continuously stating things.
Gentlemen,
So long.
as such. Thank you.
We've been led down the
Yep.
stream.
Oh.
We spent 5.65 million with AECOM.
Ed, I haven't recognized you.
Gee.
All right. This needs to be something that we do collegiately, okay? This is a very important project for this village. And we all need to get behind it and make sure that we're doing the very best thing that we can do with the information that we have here. Now, let's stay on topic. We're talking about a very specific line item here that the manager and Councilmember Bracken have brought forward, okay? And it's either you want to do it or you don't want to do it, okay?
Can we
And then we can continue other further conversations
May
on
I
this
ask
issue.
what I consider to be maybe the rock bottom most important question? Because if you think this is a good idea and it's responsive to the task that you were charged to perform, I take weight in that. But if the result of that baseline, which is a modified baseline, we already have a baseline, if the result is simply theoretical because we've changed the assumptions and we don't verify the accuracy of those changed assumptions, what are we really getting except a different number?
But those assumptions are based on what's permittable, right? It's
Just
not
the
just
minimum
pulling, they're not arbitrary.
Not arbitrary at all.
That's what my understanding was.
I have no problem.
The minimum permittable.
I get it, but we went through a lot of analysis and came to a different model.
But my understanding, and of course this happened before I was on council, my understanding was we started with a clean slate, basically in the dark, went to AECOM and said, you know, in the best of all worlds, what should we do?
Right.
They gave us the Rolls Royce,
Right.
right? And then we started to
asked
see,
for it.
that's what we asked for, I
We didn't know
understand
what
that.
we asked for.
There's-
We were
there's no-
spoon-fed, we didn't ask for it.
Oh, I see.
And that
yes.
as things have come
The
clearer.
conspiracy theory thrives again.
But as things have come clearer, we have gotten more practical, we've learned more, this is a process, none of us are, except for one, is an expert in this, and it's a very complicated question. We have a responsibility to make sure we're coming up with the right numbers and the right decisions. So at this point, for $30-something thousand, if we can get some more information that can give us a better feeling a better ability to come to a reasonable decision, I think we're wasting time, honestly.
I got no problem with
Honestly.
biased people. I mean, I'm all for doing it.
They're
but
gonna
just
come
not
back with a
them.
number.
But you don't
But someone
understand.
else is gonna
They're
have to start
biased.
from scratch.
They're biased. So
Hey, can-
do it for somebody
Mayor, can you
else.
call
We
the
already
question,
paid
please?
them. Well, I don't know
No,
what
we
their
didn't pay
bias
them.
is.
All right, any further
May I do a
discussion on the
roll-
item?
May I do a roll call vote?
Are they going to speak to the, let's say, reliability of the minimal permitted model?
Yes. The answer is yes, Frank.
Okay.
Councilmember Stoner?
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez?
No.
Mayor Roscoe?
Yes.
Councilmember Bracken?
Yes.
Councilmember Kaplan?
Yes.
Councilmember London?
No.
Vice Mayor Sardinius?
Yes.
Motion carries.
See, you and Vasquez agree, so.
Yeah, I don't know why he.
I'll change my vote.
Next, Mayor,
Oh.
can we go to 10D?
Yeah. Let me go do a lap. I'll be
10D,
back.
and then we do 10E.
10D is
Okay.
basically three-quarters way funded, so it's pretty easy.
10D.
10D, a capital project authorizing resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, approving the purchase of a high water rapid response vehicle from Polaris Sales, Inc. in an amount not to exceed $63,874.53, providing for authorization, providing for implementation, and providing for an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moving second. Items
you.
before us. Chief?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Joe Fernandez, Fire Chief. The item before you today is for the purchase of a UTV or ATV utility all-terrain vehicle from Polaris. It is funded from the Urban Area Security Initiative, the 2023. It is competitively bid through the Sourcewell purchasing agreement. The vehicle will give us enhanced capabilities for high water events, as we've been discussing, and also for day-to-day events, accessing areas on the beach, restricted access areas where we have patients. There's two examples of it there, but you can see it. It will in the end be elevated like the white one at the bottom of the picture, but it'll have all the equipment on the upper picture, which is from their Government Services Division, Military and Public Safety. It'll have the patient litter on there, which is removable, an enclosed cab, and will enhance our response capabilities greatly. We'll have about 24-inch water fording clearance from the vehicle after we do some final touches to it after it arrives, if approved.
So you can rescue Councilmember Bracken's flooded street?
What about your flooded?
Well,
Much enhanced
But
capability.
not yours, yours is even deeper.
I think so.
Surf's up, Ed.
So this is, oops, this is,
Any questions? Okay. This is $19,000. This is our contribution. The rest is a grant, right?
Right, it's about 70% federal grant funded.
Okay. Madam Clerk?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
The next item is a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, selecting GIT Consulting LLC pursuant to Request for Qualifications RFQ number 2025-13 for Zone 1 Alternative Stormwater Modeling and Planning Services, providing for authorization and providing for an effective date.
Move.
Second.
Thank you.
Discussion? Councilmember Bracken? You're on a roll here.
We went through the selection process through three different engineering groups who supplied RFQs to the ad hoc committee. This is the one that was selected, and with the highest ranking. This also the engineer that's affiliated with this group is the engineer that originally did the EAC study for the village. And also worked with ACOM to develop their current studies. So we feel comfortable that these people are the right people to move forward with, and we've been requested to ask the council for approval to start the negotiation process.
I guess
And
I
the
have
driver is that their methodology and constructibility points are just different.
Correct.
Yeah, I get that. And I mean,
what made you think that this would be the right firm?
Because you didn't like him.
Ed,
He's on a roll. Let
He
him
knows
be.
I'm teasing.
Oh, yeah. What, I would like to hear from you, why do you think
Well,
this
based
is the
on-
right firm?
Based on his background, his history, who he's worked for, why everybody wants to bring him as a subcontractor to do the work. So why we go to subcontractors, go right
Yeah,
to
but
the
I'm
guy
asking
they
a little,
use.
I want to get a little more technical with you. I want to understand what brought you to decide that technically he's the right person to do this job? Because we're talking technically. A minute ago, we were talking technically and trying to set the right parameters. So let's stay on that line of thought and tell me, please, exactly, council, why do you think technically he's the right person
This
to
is
do
the
this job?
engineer that did the master plan for Dade County.
That doesn't mean any, we were questioning Miami-Dade County's master plan a minute ago. I want to understand technically what, I need technical foundations as an engineer. I myself, before I vote, I want to understand why do we think technically he is the right person to do this job?
Let me ask you a question. You were one of the 3 members in the evaluation, and you decided not to participate.
Absolutely, but I put that in writing, and I even put that in writing. Why?
This is
Because I
his
think this is an absolute exercise, another exercise in
You-
futility, another kick the
You
can,
came on this thing
another
to make
rabbit
sure it
hole,
wouldn't work. You knew
another
that.
rabbit hole to
Right
get
from
this
the beginning.
project to stop. And that's
All right.
really
It's
what's
not necessary.
happening
All right.
here. Well, no, but I mean, it's really gotten to this point because it's devolved to this point, Mayor, because it's gotten to be a personal attack on me and on ACOM. And I am going to say something. There is nothing. ACOM is like Pepsi-Cola. It's like Coca-Cola. It's a huge firm, okay? It's a massive public firm. Do you understand they're publicly traded? Do you understand that concept? Okay, so they're not going to get involved in little things with little municipalities.
Okay,
They're going to do their job.
Okay.
So
Fernando,
ask
we're
me
not
why-
talking about ACOM right now.
but it is because what's happening here is that this is all a process, to my opinion, and it's kept going to try to stop this project dead on its tracks. Now we're going to get a second opinion from another engineering firm on something that is on what?
But they
Okay.
were tasked
All right.
with
Hold,
that.
hold,
On
hold, hold,
what?
hold it. Mike, can you give us some background and then I'll come to you.
Well, first off, let's reiterate the task. Okay, the task was to look at alternative solutions possibly in a more cost-effective manner to address the flooding specifically around the school. Okay, so
Specific to the school.
specific to school. This task is specifically related to a short-term fix in a similar methodology and concept to what's happening in the Garden District. Okay, and they have the opportunity to expand into a greater level to look at a larger scope of work or not. Okay, and that's what we were asked to do, and that's what we brought to the table, and that's what the RFQ asked for.
And then we also wanted to re-examine the 2015 plan to
Right.
see if we could bring it up, because that was for 2030, to bring it back to 2050. Conditions had changed, and bring it up to today's date and see what that would cost to do. Then you'd have something to compare.
But what
This was
specifically?
exactly the engineer that did that same process for
Right.
EAC at that time period.
But what is the specific technical rationale that makes you think that the 2015 plan is better or has a better foundation than the 2022 or 23 plan?
I don't think we
I
know.
don't
And
think,
then why, then again, we're going down the rabbit hole.
Fernando,
know
we're
what,
just
Fernando, I
getting
think the
alternative,
answer-
we're getting alternative information. Okay,
I
there's
think the
nothing
answer
wrong
to-
with getting
But
alternative.
there's
information.
been $1 million spent on
But you know what, Fernando, I
modeling
think
software.
The answer to your question is, we're choosing another engineer.
Okay,
A licensed
fine.
engineer, there's a lot of people we could choose from. We chose from someone who'd worked in the village before. Since I was campaigning, this came up, EAC, AAC, or, I guess these were subcontractors under
Yeah.
EAC. So we're going back to someone who has some
Council member.
familiarity. You are the only expert up here, but we lay people have to address the problems, and we have to do
I
it
have heard-
with the limited
yes,
abilities that we
of
have.
course,
So
and-
going with a reputable engineer who has experience with our lay of the land, I'm not sure that's unreasonable.
Mike, it's not really a comparison between EAC in 2015 and 2022. Is it more precisely accurate to say that what they're offering is a replication of a sequenced version of the Garden District for the KA?
They haven't offered anything.
Well, that's
They
the
haven't offered
model,
anything.
that's the model that they presented in their presentation, right?
No, basically, we gave them, Mike Huda prepared a, whatever you call the thing, Mike, request proposal, subtask and everything else. It said task 1, task 2, task 3. And these guys then responded, we'll do this in the task.
Well, I read their response, and it dealt with constructibility and
right.
sequencing and iteration and
Right,
so
all that
forth.
stuff,
Is it,
That's what we requested.
okay, and they responded with the Garden District as kind of a.
We discussed that in conceptual, Frank. These guys haven't come up with any real specific designs. They just talked about things in generalities because they're not gonna do anything until we pay them money, right?
Okay, so what, okay, so I'm willing, I wanna work with council. I'm not here to be obstinate about it or anything like that. I wanna work with council on this issue, even though, I have my, but.
Reservations.
Yes, very much so. But what I want to make sure is that we don't go down the rabbit hole. This is a project that is important to move forward, and I mentioned before, we don't move the needle through modeling and reanalyzing this thing to death. We move it through value engineering, and by that time, we have to make a decision, right? We spent a lot of time not making decisions on e-bikes, and we know what happened, right? This is not the same. Thank God it's not going to get to that point, but we got to make a decision. So what I'm saying is that I'm offering something, I'm putting something on the table. Can GIT review the ACOM model and make their opinion and from then move on, as opposed to redesigning the whole thing? Because it's going to cost how much, Mr. Manager, just to get a feel of how much we're going to invest on this?
This project?
Yes.
I can't tell you right now, but it's going to be costly.
But I mean, I think if you somebody, I think we're looking close to $500,000 easy. Come on. So before, come on, you're saying that now, Ed, but at the end of the day, you're the one who watches the dollars. You're the one who's out there pontificating that we have to make sure that we save every dollar possible. And now you're ready to throw another 500,000 or more?
I didn't say I'm ready for $500,000.
Okay.
You came up with $500,000.
No, but I know, listen, I've been around this thing enough to understand how much this thing is not going to be a pretty penny. This thing is going to be a pretty penny. So what I'm asking council is that I'm willing to meet, may I just finish, please? May I just finish, please? Let me finish.
I'm sorry.
That's okay, that's fine. We're all, it's very spirited discussion. We're all excited. We're all very passionate. We all want the right thing to happen. I'm offering an opportunity for Mr. Tetchev, who was involved in the 2015 model. He was also involved in the ACOM model, to look at the model, analyze it as a professional. He's a PhD. You can come to us and say, look, I looked at the model. It's got this, it's got that, it's got this issue, whatever. Why don't let me offer you this criteria, which I think is the proper criteria. I think that is an intelligent step to move forward. But just to give him something else, and then all of a sudden it costs a coat.
Have you and the manager decided on a scope yet, or?
Mr. Mayor, if this does pass, and I do have the 6 steps that I'll have to follow, and one of those is writing a work order for them to do work, and, the ad hoc committee is going to have to get back together and determine what that work order, scope of work is going to be. So that may be something they choose to put into it, and that's something they can discuss.
I don't have a problem with putting
You
that in
guys
there.
were on a review committee. I read something in their response that suggested to me that they've already done exactly that, because there was a reference somewhere that said this is a thoughtful presentation, thoughtful model, a thoughtful proposal based on, sound modeling, but that there's a different way to construct it. That's what I took
Then
away.
it's got nothing to do with the model, it's got to do with construction, I agree. And that's
But
where I
they
think it gets
also-
back to the value engineering. It
No,
gets
but
back
they
to
also
redistribution.
changed, again, it's the same thing as
So
as
we
the
had,
prior
we-
item.
we
They're
had a
changing
con-
the model.
So we had a conversation about gravity versus forced, okay? And in a large gravity pipe, based on a low gradient, you could have to have a very large pipe to move a similar amount of water that if you had a small pipe
Getting
with a force,
technical now.
with force, we're getting technical, okay? So they are potentially proposing the conversation of using a smaller force system that would go to a gravity or injection well. Okay, and maybe it'd be a more costive approach. But guys, that's what we pay the engineering firm to do, okay, and discuss. We've had one design that we said potentially could be more expensive, okay? And now we're talking to somebody else and saying, hey, what do you think? They're gonna have to pay to get that design. It's not gonna be free, okay? And we don't know whether it's gonna be $300,000 or $500,000 or $250,000 until we ask to negotiate. And what's it hurt to ask? I mean, all we're going to the table is say, hey, tell us how much you think this is gonna cost with the scope of work, and you guys can decide whether you wanna move forward or not.
But would you agree that before we get to that point, we need to understand what the baseline opinion is?
Sure.
So my suggestion on this one is that I'm willing to move forward with this to support council and the concerns that Councilmember Stoner had as a result to making sure that we all lay people and need to understand. I would be in the same position if it was a subject that is outside of my capacities. What I'm offering here, what I'd like to propose is that let's give them a specific task order to look at the ACOM model and come back with a whole list of things where we could improve or not. And then we can move forward if council feels that we can revise the model.
Was that a peer review?
Exactly. That's what I was proposing, a
Let me-
peer review.
is there
I
a-
was not opposed to this. I'm perfectly comfortable with having a peer review.
Is
of
there
the
an
model.
apples and aardvark problem because the ACOM design is based on a different model than what they're modeling?
Okay. One conversation.
Is that a problem, or is that
I'm
something
sorry.
that's?
Can you repeat that? I couldn't hear it either.
ACOM's model is, we have intermediate high, we have a certain storm event description. They're minimizing or reducing the severity of that modeling. Is that?
Okay, can I interject here?
There's a couple
'Cause-
things going on
Yeah,
here,
hold on, yeah. To your very specific question, I was in Tallahassee or in DC when all that started to say that it's possible that you could use the IPCC model, that the Department of Transportation uses that.
We were in Tallahassee, Mayor.
And
that was-
we went to ACOM and asked them to do that,
It was actually NOAA intermediate, was what it was.
Right.
And we
But-
asked
but-
them to do it based on that curve.
we asked them to base on that, okay? And what you told me is what it came back was, it was a 4% difference.
4 to 5% change in the amount of
Yeah, so
discharge requirement.
that doesn't seem to be, and I'm not an expert in this thing, but it doesn't seem to be I thought that was gonna be, oh, wow, that's it. This is the formula, and now we'll be able to get our costs reduced.
It's not gonna move the needle, Mayor.
It did move
It's
it.
not
It
gonna
didn't.
move.
It didn't.
It doesn't move the needle. What's gonna move the needle is once you have the design, how you're gonna build it. That's what's gonna move the needle. That's where we're gonna save millions of dollars, in the logistics, in the materials, in the contractor selection, in the incentives, in the contract, not in the model. And I think that we continue to chase our tail with models after models after models after models, spending millions of dollars, because we're concerned about spending money. We're going to continue to spend now. We're going to get above $1 million on remodeling again. So what I'd like to offer is an amendment to this and say, yes, fine, GIT can come in, but let them do a peer review of the ACOM model so it can provide council a sense of comfort and the public a sense of comfort that the design is being
Okay,
built.
so, I'm hearing you.
That's what I'm off.
We have an ad hoc committee that has been set up. I think that this council, there's consensus that we give you the ability to find out what are those things that we want to ask for to be part of that potential contract. You're saying that you agree with that. You're saying you agree with that.
Agree with what?
with hiring this firm to do,
Hiring
to
the,
do this.
hiring the
Come
firm
back
and tell us, is there a better way of doing it more economically?
Right, okay.
That's what I wanted to.
That's in lay terms, what you want.
Not to say.
But we do
criticize
need
it.
some technical things to be.
Not to remodel the whole thing.
No.
I didn't say, basically, can they do this with the same data? Can they come back with a different
Okay,
system?
so I propose that you get the group together and look at those things and what it is that we want to ask for in that potential contract and see if we can get agreement on that and then, you know,
But what I'm
Right, all we're
trying,
asking for approval is just to negotiate with these guys. That's the whole scope.
Yeah, but-
Mr. Mayor, can I kind of clarify what we're trying to select right here, vote for? So this is an RFQ, and so we're
request for
asking to do-
qualifications.
Right, and what this would do, if we choose this firm, they would be available to do work within the scope that we provide them.
Right.
I would imagine everything we're talking about right here is likely within scope. The next steps that we would have to do to get to what we want them to do is the ad hoc committee would have to get back together.
Right.
They would have to determine who is going to negotiate the rate sheet. So therefore, what are they going to cost us per person per hour? Next step, they would have to write a work order request saying, we want you to do X, Y, Z. Then, of course, they'd have to review, evaluate it when they submit their proposal. Then they have to bring that back to the council on October 15th or whenever they choose to bring it back. They have to put together a project management methodology. And then, depending on the cost, they would have to make a capital budget amendment to fund this project.
Okay.
So those are the steps. So basically what you're saying, Mr. Mayor, yes, if they do choose to select this firm today, then the ad hoc committee has to get back to work, do the negotiation, write the work order, have the selected firm come back. with
But
a proposal.
that negotiation goes through our normal process, including our attorney and including our procurement people and all that.
But we don't get anything until we give them a work order request and they come back with a proposal.
what, yeah, but
Okay.
what I'm saying is that I want to make sure that we're not being open-ended with this contract for the same reasons that we're talking about.
I
don't
think we
wanna
would
spend
all
money.
agree on that.
We all agree with that?
limited to the
scope
Okay,
it's written.
because the
Yeah.
way it sounded like we're
But-
going to hire these guys
No,
to grab
no.
the AC
But,
model
but
and
it's up
redo
to
it.
you, as part of that ad hoc committee, to come up with the scope and the work order that we want as a council to find, the information that we want to find, as Ed said. So can we do that?
As long as we have a decent, debate, I'm fine. But
Okay.
if we start getting into.
No.
I'm back to apples and apples. I'm good with all this, but apples and apples, I want to, we just talked about the NOAA curbs being irrelevantly different. You know, the
The
deltas.
cost,
the
it seems
deltas
that way, yes.
Is the same conclusion drawn from the 10-year versus the 5-year? Do we know?
Don't know, because we just approved that information, that $38,000, that's gonna give you that answer.
Can we put a pin in apples and apples? Because it's got to work in the end.
That's what I've been
I don't know
wrestling with.
what you mean by
When the
that, Frank.
2060 doesn't mean anything.
Well, it's arguable that nothing means anything.
No, it is arguable.
Because we're all
But it
working
is
on
arguable.
crystal balls.
Okay, so we have a
Motion on the floor.
motion on the floor as to
Can you
whether
clarify the motion,
we
please?
want to go forward with GIT Consulting LLC and subject to bringing us back a contract that this council would
With this very specific, not open-ended.
not open-ended, as to be drafted by the ad hoc committee.
Consensus of
With a
council
lot of help
for
from
the
staff.
change, for the amendment. Thank you.
Is there amendment or is?
Yeah, I'm not sure there
There's
was an
no
amendment.
amendment, there's no amendment.
I think it's just,
Direction?
You're just defining the scope.
Yeah.
We up to,
the ad hoc committee understands their direction. It's just a
Direction.
motion to approve.
moving
Okay.
forward with this engineering firm.
Thank you. On 10E, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Are we done?
No, we still
No,
got the
there-
list on the back.
Should I go to mayor and council members? Village sponsorship of Why I Love My Village event during Florida City Government Week, October 20th, 26th, 2025. Councilmember Stoner, your item.
May I go?
Go
Yes.
for it.
Okay, I'd like to do, I'd like to participate as we have in years past, although not recently, in observing the Municipal Government Week. I want to do two things. One, I want to have an essay contest for fourth graders in the who are in Key Biscayne schools or resident, including residents of Key Biscayne who are fourth graders, not in Key Biscayne schools, but all fourth graders. We have a lot of support. We've been speaking around to different schools, so they could, I think the chamber is will be willing to help get a donation for a ice cream party afterwards, and so that's the A part. The other part is I would like to host a mock council meeting for either middle schoolers or eighth graders. I personally think it'd be better to have eighth graders so they could sit up here with Mayor Rasco, and we present them with a problem. And I'll tell you about the problem another day, but give them the problem, have them consider all the different possibilities for resolving the problem, and feel how it is to serve in government, and hopefully stimulate some interest. We could give them certificates, we could televise them, we could find ways to recognize them. The League of Cities has a package for this, stickers and other things, so I'd like to reach out to them and get that. I don't think this would cost us really any money.
Can we put them on the ad hoc committee?
So I would like to do those two
They could do no
things.
worse.
Okay. Consensus of council, go for it.
Yeah, love it.
Yay,
I love
thank
it.
you.
I think it's great.
Okay, on the Zork.
I'm happy to help as well.
On the Zork, let me preface this with, the Zork already has a scope of work. So my request is for them to commence what I'm about to request after they finish their current project. But I think they need to, I think we as a body need assistance in doing reviews of site plans and applications for variance. And I would like the ad hoc committee, who's they have a fantastic committee, come up with, review the existing criteria for site plan review and.
You mean the Zork?
The Zork, what am I, yeah, the Zork, I'm sorry, I'm trying to go fast.
The ad hoc barely talks to each other.
And come up with some clarification and review the criteria so that we have a checklist for all applicants, for staff, and for us to be able to use to review these applications and to standardize everything so that when we get it, it's complete, because we are getting things that are not complete. So that's my request.
Okay. Mr. Manager, any issue with that?
I'm going to let the Building and Zoning Planning Director make his comments. I think in theory, it sounds good. I want to make sure that it's doable in practice.
So, thank you, Jeremy Karras-Carter, Building Zoning Planning Director. It would be a question for the committee, certainly, but I would also like to state, and I know somebody publicly stated that we don't have review criteria, and that's inaccurate. And I think it would be worth maybe meeting one-on-one, and I can share you sort of what our process was, and it might be useful so you can see that I think we actually have very rigorous criteria. And we did see a complete site plan application.
Okay.
And I think that was evidenced by the vote, in fact, that it was approved overwhelmingly and without too many questions. So I think
Without
in that case-
casting any aspersions, I'm going to tell you a couple of things. We've had, since I've been on council, multiple things have come up here that have been incomplete, and I'm not an expert, I'm not an architect. Packages have been incomplete. and we don't have the capacity without some guidance to review these things and to get through it. I spent endless time, as I'm sure others have, going through and trying to understand these things, and it needs to be standardized. And I understand there are criteria, but I think it would be healthy to have this ZORC review the criteria, refine them. Maybe they'll say they're perfect. Maybe they'll say there are things that have to be
Look,
added.
we have to ask them, you
Yeah.
know, they have a set number of meetings, we're behind schedule already. So that would mean
Well,
additional
this
meetings.
is not to delay them.
This would, no, this would cause this would need additional meetings.
Exactly.
So it's a question for that committee.
So I don't have any problem with what you're suggesting. Is Zork the right group to be looking at it, or?
Well, it's a group of, yeah, I think it is
But
perfect.
I would actually push back a little bit, because
Few of them probably are not, some are.
they were assembled because of this particular task that they've been assigned, which is focusing on resiliency and dealing with those issues for resiliency. Like we have, you know, insurance expertise, we have construction
Exactly.
expertise, which is not relevant to the design criteria. So, you know, it could be.
Frank, you're the liaison.
There's one critical skill set and point of background that's missing on the ZORC, but it's law, it's legal. The council's office supports all of the ZORC's activities, but I think the conversations that result in code writing would benefit if there was a lawyer involved who was familiar with our code. And I'll continue to participate, and that would be me, but I think that otherwise the ZORC is an excellent group. and-
So do we say the ZORC as an entity, but maybe not the ZORC as its current composition?
I think the question of adding a lawyer is worth considering, but, you know, me, but maybe somebody else.
Well, you're the liaison, so
Yeah.
maybe another lawyer who's as a committee member, and maybe substitute. There may be someone on the committee who wants out after this first assignment is completed, or someone who's not,
Okay, when is the Zork supposed to finish?
September. So this would mean,
Our goal was to bring it to the October 14th meeting.
Correct.
We're hoping to get there, maybe November now, right?
yeah, I think we'll need more time to draft.
Yeah, I think we're now kind of
So,
pushed back.
a big question is what are we going to do for the deliverable? We're not going to do what ensued the other night.
No.
We got to
So
bring down the scope.
yeah, we would need, we need to complete that task prior to taking this on, I think.
Okay,
So
let's do that. Let's finish what they have, and then,
Code writing.
Bring this idea forward in December. Because I think they've got to get there what they're done, and they'll
so do we
present
need
it
to
in November.
bring it up again, or can we pass it tonight and then just assign it later?
yeah, we can pass it tonight.
I mean, we're still gonna have to
Cancel.
We're gonna have to create it by ordinance because it will be a committee, so we'll have to.
Well, the committee is already existing.
I think they're just gonna continue the existing committee and not
Right,
sunset
right.
it, and they're gonna expand the jurisdictions of the
Okay,
committee.
so we can expand it.
Yeah.
But don't we have to do that by ordinance?
No,
need to be a resolution.
no. I believe the ordinance already provides for
It
the
does.
council to expand the jurisdiction. But I mean, just for point of reference, I know it's late, but this isn't the first time the council has done this with the ZORC. We did it many years ago. Frank probably remembers. There was the normal ZORC, and then there was the HR district ZORC.
Yeah.
I mean, so this isn't something that hasn't happened before.
And the
Oh, I
docs.
thought I was so original.
There was the docs, ZORC.
Sorry to steal your thunder. Right.
Okay, so do we do a consensus on that?
Yes.
Good.
My last one?
Yep. Institutional zoning?
Institutional zoning. Chabad is the only house of worship that's existing under development order that's from 2005 or 2006. Originally, it was permitted under this development order with all kinds of restriction things. I think there's 20 different restrictions. Because it's on a residential lot, which is different than any other institution here on the House of Worship here on the island. So I propose that we create a new code provision for institutional that's on size, I don't know, Chad, 10,000 feet or less, or residential size or less, I don't know how to define it. And then have a companion code provision that says that this smaller institutional size lot, any house of worship on a smaller institutional size lot would be governed by the same code requirements as residential. So I'm asking that we direct staff to prepare and work with our attorney to draft the two code provisions and bring them before us.
I got a question to ask. Right now, we have a zoning for churches, right? Houses of worship.
Institutional,
Institution. But this was not in that zoning map.
because those are, yeah,
No, but-
this is a residential.
So the question is, isn't it much just simpler to, and again, answer the question, I guess I'm looking at Chad, to amend that zoning map, and just add this particular property?
The issue is that the institutional district's regulations are geared towards larger properties. Since it's a smaller property, the entire site would become non-conforming.
So can you make an exception, that's all?
That's what Councilmember Stoner is suggesting, to do a new subsection under the institutional to discuss small-sized parcels, basically, that are zoned institutional. The second step of what Councilmember Stoner, I think, is articulating is to do a text change and then rezone the property to an institutional. That's
We'll
what
have
I
to
think.
do comp plan too.
Complicated to me.
I believe the comp plan was fixed actually to address, to permit religious institutions in this district subsequent to the hearing when it was permitted.
And this wouldn't be a camel nose intent phenomenon, because this is the only property on the key that would be affected.
Correct, and to the extent that someone tried to utilize this provision in the future, they would have to rezone to institutional, so it would come before this council.
Right.
Yeah, nothing to add.
Consensus of council?
Yep,
Sounds okay with me.
Yes.
Yeah.
I went faster than anybody else ever has done.
Wow.
All three.
Next item, Disability Advisory Board appointment, Mayor Vasco.
Yes, Christy Mendia to be on the advisory board.
Consent.
Consensus of council?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Next.
We already did number 5.
Yes.
Number 6, we're so overwhelmed with stuff that we have here. Let me propose this. Let me perhaps get an ad hoc committee together that would then.
Just me and Fernando.
that would take a look at this, report back to us, and then we could set a workshop and let somebody, and I think I need staff to help work with that group, so that they can bring us back something and we could workshop it at that point, but just to have a workshop that, because we need to do this, is probably not healthy. Let's get our ducks in order, bring it back to us, and let's you and I talk about doing a committee of, I don't know, 3 or 4 or something, and then have report back to us as to, here are all the problems, here are the issues, and then us have a workshop once we have that information. Is that acceptable? All right.
Next item is motion for the manager to proceed with getting bids to construct undergrounding electric. Councilmember London.
Basically, we've talked about undergrounding long enough, hard enough, years enough, and I think it's time to move forward. So as far as I'm concerned, I'd like Steve to move forward, get a bid. He suggested the phase 2, I think it's called, and but rather than phase 1, and the reason you're doing that is why.
So just to define what Phase 2 is, Phase 2 is the northern part of the island, which includes what we know to be Zone 2, which is the northwest residential area, and it also includes Holiday Colony. So that's how FPL breaks down what they presented to us as an option to go forward. The reason why I don't think we should go into Phase 1 right now is we've got a lot of decisions to make in Zone 1. And why complicate that situation when we can go freely in the northern part of the island and in Holiday Colony?
Would it be faster to go in zone 1, phase 1, rather, no, zone 1, whether phase 2 or same time?
What do you mean by same time?
In other words, all the work that AECOM has done, they've done the electric work for phase 1, or zone 1.
Right.
So the northwest section would not be ready to move forward. We couldn't get bids at this time then, could we?
No, we can't do bids. We'd have to get a design, yes.
Okay, and how long would that take?
Public Works Director, where are you? What do you think? So look, I really don't think we had heck of a conversation tonight about Zone 1. I don't think we want to complicate that matter anymore.
I'm asking about phase 2 now.
Let's look
How
at
long
Phase
it's
2.
gonna take?
And Chris, if you can get up, or maybe Mike, why don't you guys both get up here and figure this one out?
So,
Quickly too, we're.
Mayor,
running out
council
of time.
members, obviously, we've been coordinating with FPL and the telecoms regarding the entire village for the last few years, so we've actually, you can say, you just directed them to.
Yes, we just directed them to do the Garden District for undergrounding,
Preliminary design.
preliminary designs.
So
So move
Garden
forward with
District
that.
ready to go? Undergrounding?
Preliminary design.
Preliminary design.
Preliminary designs.
So would that be the first thing to do, rather than the Northwest District?
Yeah, but
Get moving.
if you want to, I mean, we can do that. We can also do this too. I mean, that's just a small district.
Fine,
right
so
there.
you know, we could do both of them.
Right.
So my question is, just ballpark, how long would it take to get a bid? So when I say get a bid, that we have the information, so we give a contractor to give us a bid.
Approximately 6 to 9 months, approximately. Between 6 to
Just
9
think this up for phase 2.
Yes.
Excuse my ignorance, but how do we get a bid without a design?
That's what's
saying
required.
How long you need to get the
So-
design?
Right.
So,
Design.
Okay,
so the
okay.
process
And Does
basically,
the design include not just electric, but everything that's gonna
no,
have to
this
go
would just be
underground?
for undergrounding, so the
Just
process would
undergrounding
be,
the electric.
we go to FPL and we say, we would like to get a ballpark estimate, which also includes a cost for a preliminary design. They give us that. And then we say, okay, we're good with that cost for the preliminary design. We agree to go forward with, they provide the preliminary design. Then we ask for the final design, and along with that comes a binding cost estimate. That binding cost estimate you can use to then start going out to bid for either FPL or a contractor that's FPL approved.
So
And we
basically,
also have to
they'll
coordinate
give
with
us
the
a final
telecoms.
bid up, you know.
They will give us a binding cost estimate,
Okay, fine, so
which
that
means
takes,
it won't go higher than
that
that.
takes 6 months.
6 to 9 months.
6 to 9 months,
6 to 9
yeah.
months.
Look,
That's FPL.
We'll get back to you on that. Let's ask FPL, right? You know, we've been doing work with FPL that's been in conjunction with a stormwater system, so, you know, that's what we're used to, but I think, let's go back to FPL, let's ask them the question. Give us a
Okay.
timeline of what you think
So
would
is
come
this
back.
basically consensus council go with this phase 2, or move it to zone 1 and go fast?
Can I ask a question? On Zone 1, we have a complete set of working drawings. We're ready to go with that, correct?
For the undergrounding?
For the undergrounding?
We have
Close enough.
close because we extended Zone 1 to include those other sections. They have to go back and add that in, and it's been about a month that they've been
So,
working on that
but
design.
that is, for all intents and purposes, ready to go to bid? Because
Yes.
we have people looking at that, right?
They can use the drawings that are there in order to come up with their estimate.
So there's no reason why we can't put that out to bid in hold back on the other one, hold back on the other part, correct?
But why would we complicate the decision that we haven't made yet? I guess that's the question. We had a long conversation tonight about whether to do Zone 1 as it's currently designed or possibly do Zone 1 in an alternative approach. We would make that decision much more complicated.
But I thought we weren't going to do the big dig all at one time anyway. We're using separate trenches and separate everything. So how's it gonna make it more complicated?
Because the entire design has been set to deconflict water, sewer, stormwater, electrical,
I understand.
and telecommunications.
It's cleaner to do phase two. Oh, I know, I'm just asking a question because I understand the water and storm sewer, the telecommunications, electric is different, that's all. As far as the conflict goes.
I feel a little bit uncomfortable because I feel like I have so many questions that I don't know how to formulate them all. I don't even know what they all are yet. There's a whole, I don't understand what the financial of this would be. How are we going to do two projects at one time? I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, fundamentally, you're just looking for a way for us to continue forward with the undergrounding, despite what we do with Zone 1 or any other zone in any future. But let's just start with the undergrounding. And what I think the manager's saying is, let's not do it in Zone 1 because we're so close to the end to making a decision there. Let's choose another zone, and you're okay with that.
It's up to Mike.
I'm okay with this. I'm okay with it.
You've been saying since day one, like, let's just
Let's get some underground.
Then fine, do phase
And
two.
so now we're asking them to do a design for phase 2 for undergrounding, which will take 6 to 9 months, and at the end of that, we'll decide if we want to move forward. In the meantime, in parallel, we may have already started Zone 1.
By the way, we could also start Zone 1 and correspond.
No, not yet. They have to design it. Once they design it, they'll go to
Thank you for recognizing.
Yes. Any money.
So you're saying we would not do it on phase 1, we would do it on area 1, we would do it somewhere else?
Yes.
I think that makes
The
perfect
northwest
sense.
or
I
the
was
Garden
caught up on
District.
something here. Makes perfect sense, because if we start laying in the underground above
Absolutely.
that, we want to start with the
Well,
heavy
that's what Steve
utilities
said.
first. Yeah,
Okay?
I'm good.
I think
What
we
we'll
have
do is we'll go back
consensus.
with FTL.
It's gonna
They'll give us
come back to you.
So we'll get some feedback from FPL, and then once we get a good understanding of what that is, we'll have to do a scope of work, obviously an agreement. We'll come back and let you know cost, time.
So you're
and
gonna
when
go to
expect.
them and have them do phase 2, come back with a preliminary estimate, then we decide we will go forward, then they come back with the final estimate. Is that the way it works?
Correct.
Just
We'll get an initial up front too, how long they think it's gonna take.
Fine, okay.
one thing, when we're deciding what phase, whether it's Northwest or Garden District, my understanding is Garden District, we've already got another project in parallel happening too, right?
Right, and that, we've already given the direction to start doing that design.
Right. So is that the one, is that where we're gonna?
No, I suggest let's go for
Northwest,
the Northwest, which we call Zone 2.
Zone 2.
And then if we'd like to, we can also do Howdy Colony, which is Zone 8?
Zone 6.
Zone 6.
Okay.
Let's do it all.
Okay.
Yeah, step by step.
Okay.
All right.
And you got one more.
Does it? No. You already- I
He's
think you already
gonna-
covered
he's
that.
gonna- He's gonna
I-
table that one.
I think number 9 has been addressed.
Tabled.
No,
Ni-
we
The
have-
950.
we're number 8.
No, we already talked about 8, right?
Wasn't number 8 combined with
No, we didn't
10E?
We were going to, we didn't do that.
Okay, so you want me to read the motion? Okay. Motion to require the manager to cease spending time, money, and approvals for Zone 1 storm, sewer, and water lines until alternative ad hoc committee engineers submit an alternative plan with estimated cost for Zone 1 to council, and in the alternative, submit the manager's Zone 1 plan to a village referendum to all eligible voters.
So that's what it's all about, canceling the project. It's not really about looking at a model.
Nah, we don't, just won't cancel the project.
Okay, well then just say that, because
Oh,
we're
come
having.
on.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry, sir, you just accused me of certain things in public, and now you're coming over here and you're
all
saying
right.
you want to cancel the no, but
Never
Mayor,
cancel the
I'm
project.
taking the hits on this
I
one,
said I'm
Mayor.
gonna cancel-
I think it's my prerogative.
I said until we
I know
move
it's
forward.
uncomfortable, but I'm taking personal
It's not
hits.
uncomfortable. It's out of order.
It's not out of order, Mayor,
It's out
when,
of
when a
order.
council member
It's
insults
totally
me in
out
front
of
of
order,
public. I'm
okay?
sorry.
Okay, we've already
That's what it was
we've
all
already
about. And
decided.
We've given you everything you want, Ed, so
I'm not
you keep,
arguing with them.
just withdraw this last thing that's ludicrous, for God's sake. I mean, we were all working together here. You're on a committee to try to
I'll
find the
defer
right
it, I'll
answer.
defer it. to them.
Okay, thank you.
Motion to defer.
Motion
you.
to adjourn.
You need, is there a second?
Second.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
No, I meant to defer.
No, if we, wait, we deferred and voted on it, and then we also had it.
I talked to him, I'm serious.
But, Jocelyn, Jocelyn
There
is
wasn't a
confused. Yeah.
second for actual, the motion.
I second it.
So you're seconding the motion,
To
this
defer,
motion.
to defer.
But not a centralized company.
Okay.
They voted on it.
And they closed the meeting.
No, we voted on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
One might go here.